Good morning. We may be seated. Maybe before we start, we have a councillor who has left his or lost his or her phone. Can you please come to the fore to collect it? We'll give it to Sizandi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, notice is hereby given of an ordinary council meeting of the City of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality to be held on Thursday, 25 September 2025 at 10 a.m. to consider the matters which appear on the agenda. Speaker, the first item on the agenda is the opening and welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to greet the Executive Mayor, Alderman Kosindipile Xhakaza, the Whip of Council, who's slightly delayed, Alderwoman Pelisa Nkunjana, the Leader of Executive Business, Councillor Andile Mgwevu, Chairperson of Chairpersons, Councillor Julius Mdluli, members of the Mayoral Committee, all aldermen and alderwomen present, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, councillors, leaders of different political parties in council, the acting city manager, doctor, ne? Ke doctor, ke bona ba ngotse Mr. Mo. Dr. Tsulufelo Kopedi, Secretary to Council, Advocate Mudise Kwetle, all senior management and officials that are present here today, members of the media, and most importantly, our residents of the city of Ekurhuleni. Good morning to everyone. I warmly welcome all of you to this council meeting today, following our celebration of Heritage Day yesterday. As we gather here on our sacred land, rich in history, culture, and ancestral memory, we honor the resilience of those that came before us and acknowledge the legacy they have entrusted to us. Our cultural heritage has long suffered under the weight of colonial theft and distortion. The removal of sacred artifacts, objects that embody our identity and history has left deep wounds in our communities, and we therefore renew our call for the return of those that are stolen from us and commit ourselves to restoring, protecting the heritage that has too often been used to entrench inequality. As we begin today's deliberations, let us carry forward the spirit of heritage with unity, empathy, and purpose. May our actions shape a future where our heritage is not only preserved but celebrated, justice is pursued, and every citizen can proudly say they are the citizens of South Africa. Thank you very much. Can I request Alderman Madihlaba to pray for us as we start our meeting today?
Speaker, umlomo tlano ko ba hlogo ebe silent prayer. Amen.
Amen. Raleboga Alderman, can we go to the next item, CS?
The next item, Speaker, is applications for leave of absence. Speaker, we received 18 applications for leave and early departures combined. We'll deal with them administratively, which Thank you, Speaker. The next item on the agenda is official notices. Speaker, we've got 4 official notices. A quarter report from the Chair of the Audit Committee, 2 official notices from MMCs, and 1 official notice from the Whip of Council.
Thank you. We are going to start with Ms. Phumla Mzizi, who's the chairperson of the Audit Committee, to come and table the fourth quarter audit report for us.
Good morning. I was running, so I need to catch my breath. I would like to table the fourth quarter audit committee report to council. It starts with the purpose, which I've already said is a fourth quarter report, and it wants to raise issues of concern for the attention of council. Oh, I want to catch my breath, just give me a second. I was running. Don't be mistaken, I did not join the toy outside. I considered, and I was too tired. Thank you very much. In terms of our report, it starts with outlining the mandate as it comes from section 166 of the MFMA, which I'm not going to go through. You should know it by now. The issue that I want to start at is number 3, which is the risk and control, where I'm highlighting the major risks that should be of concern to council. The ones that are in red, which is the people, the revenue and liquidity, service delivery, infrastructure, and cybersecurity. The people risk is further exacerbated by the overtime expenditure which is incurred by the city, which we believe that it could be symptomatic of a greater concern around the operating model of the city and the adequacy of the staff establishment to render municipal services. The audit committee is awaiting the productivity study that the HR department will be undertaking, which will give us clarity in terms of what is really the root cause. Then on the assurance of the state of governance, risk and compliance for ERVAT, which is one of our entities, the audit committee continues to be satisfied that ERVAT considers the GRC matters seriously as a mechanism to deliver on its service delivery mandate and improve its financial and operational performance. The audit committee advised the entity to review its strategic risk profile to ensure that the levels of risk and the response to the various risks is accurate and reflect then on the ground realities facing the entities. The assurance of the state of governance, risk and compliance for EHC, which is another entity of ours. The state of strategic risk of EHC remains generally unchanged, with the alarmingly low levels of revenue collection, which is of particular concern to us as it affects their financial sustainability. The Audit Committee advised the entity to strengthen its governance, risk and compliance framework, particularly around ICT and SCM governance, to ensure full adherence to regulatory requirements and best practices. Then I move on to the city. In terms of the city, I'll start with the significant external audit findings, where I'm reporting that out of the 56 findings that were raised by the Auditor General, 40 were actually finalized by the end of the quarter, 14 were going good, and while 2 were okay, manageable issues. So it means by the end of the 31st of July 2025, there was a 71% completion rate. Then I move on to the significant internal audit findings. The findings are 636, but you must see that this is from 2021-2022 to date. Out of the 636 findings, 366 findings were addressed and ready for review, and 333 findings were reviewed by internal audit, of which 227 were resolved, whilst 106 remained unresolved. Then I move on to the financial position of the city. I want to start on 1.12, where I'm highlighting that the city collected 5.7 billion less than the budgeted amount. But this was cushioned by the 3.3 billion, which we spent on our expenditure less than budget. So you can see that when you see the numbers, we expected to have a deficit of 5 billion, which wasn't the case because we managed to do some austerity measures, which then gave us a saving of 3.3 billion. There is a good story in terms of the CAPEX. The city managed to spend 98.38% of their total CAPEX budget. And also, the collection rate for the fourth quarter, it was 107.76. So we over-exceeded the 100%, which is a good story in terms of the collection. However, in terms of the annual collection, we still ended up at 90.87. At the end of June, the city had a bank balance of about 1.1 billion, and which covers 21 days cash on hand, which is an improvement from where we are coming from, though we're still below the 25 days, which is a target by 4 days. In terms of the revenue collection strategies that were previously outlined to this council that are being implemented, the Audit Committee will continue to monitor them and, until we see the improvement in terms of the revenue. The draft annual financial statement, as well as the draft annual reports for the city and the entities, were recommended for submission to the Auditor General for external auditing. Again, we're highlighting that for EHC, we remain concerned with the low revenue collection, which really impacts on their future financial sustainability. And on ERVAT, we are still highlighting the fact that their wastewater treatment capacity is really constrained, which means it needs some CAPEX funding to increase it so that it can cope with the volumes that they are processing. In terms of compliance, there's 4 acts there that are being highlighted as we are not complying with. What I want to highlight, though, is number 2, which is the MFMA, as a result of us not complying with the payment of suppliers within 30 days, and us not recovering the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and also not instituting time-years consequence management. Then on the performance for the quarter, the city had 97 KPIs planned for quarter 4, and they managed to achieve 76, while 21 were not achieved, which translated to 78%, which is much higher than the prior year, where we only achieved 70%. In terms of the entities, for the EHC, they don't have the citywide SDBIP in our citywide SDBIP. And for ERVAT, they managed to achieve the one KPI that they had planned. And in terms of the meetings that we held, it will look like there's many meetings, but it's because there is meetings where we consider the annual financial statements as well and the annual report, which we only do once a year. In terms of the investigations, at the end of the fourth quarter, the department had 8 investigations, of which 5 have been finalized, which translates to 62.5%, which is higher than what we did which is higher than the quarterly target rather, which is 60%. In conclusion, I want to say relating to City of Ekurhuleni, based on the audit work performed during the quarter, the control environment for the city remains satisfactory. However, the audit committee remains concerned with the financial position of the city, and it therefore will continue to monitor the revenue maximization strategies of the city and the further austerity measures to control the expenditure. In terms of the EHC, the low revenue collection remains a concern for us as it impacts on their future financial sustainability. In terms of ERVAT, the issue of the wastewater treatment capacity constraint remains the most critical and urgent risk, and therefore it requires urgent attention in terms of affording them a CAPEX budget so that they can deal with those matters. In closing, the audit committee wishes to thank the City Council, management, and the staff for their commitment to improve the control environment and good governance of the city and its entities. And our appreciation is also extended to our assurance providers, which is AGSA and internal audit. With that, I'm closed.
Thank you, Mama. I think it's the first time you thank us. It's the first time we hear your message of appreciation. We also equally appreciate your continued commitment to our city. And if you wish to go, you may do so that we can proceed with our business of council. But thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Oh, the whip was going to do a good job. Yeah. Thank you. We are going to request now MMC Manamela to come to the podium and give his official notice. If you wish to remain, you may remain. Just relax.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think it would be proper for me to do it from here. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the EM and fellow councillors. As our month concludes, we reflect with pride on the positive impact of our collective efforts. We remain committed to nurturing a greener, healthier future and look forward to building on this momentum in this month to come. Thus far, we are pleased to report to this House on the following initiative. Yesterday, we had a resoundingly successful tree planting program under the theme, My Tree, My Oxygen, Plant Yours Today at Lekamoso Secondary School, which was attended by community members of Etwatwa, Ward 109, along with Ward Councillor Madihlaba and other stakeholders as part of a 1 million tree planting national program. Trees were planted in the schools with gardening tools donated. More than 100 trees donated to the eastern area, more than 100 trees donated to the southern area, and more than 100 donated to the northern area. And others and more than 100 donated to the northern area and others to various stakeholders across the city. This gesture affirms our position that heritage is indeed the land. Among other tree planting activities undertaken by Parks Division, which MMC physically attended, were tree donation and planting at Bedford View High School on the 3rd of September, tree donation and planting at Lala Park in Nigel, tree donation and planting at Duga Toilet Clinic. During this Arbor month, the city managed to secure 700 trees, which were generously donated to various local environmental activist organizations, schools, churches, early childhood development centers, and NGOs, and other related stakeholders. This initiative was aimed at promoting environmental awareness, fostering community spirit, and contributing to the greening of urban and peri-urban spaces. We take pride in acknowledging and knowing we have contributed in having done the following: distributed trees to several primary and secondary schools to enhance the natural environment of health spaces, encourage learners' understanding of ecology. Faith-based organizations receive trees to beautify their premises, create peaceful outdoor areas for reflection, and demonstrate stewardship on the environment as part of their community outreach. Early childhood development centers benefited from tree donations to create greener, healthier play environment for young children, instilling environmental values from an early age. NGOs working in the fields such as education, health, and community development were given trees to support their environmental programs. In conclusion, this Arbor Month tree donation initiative represents a significant step towards building greener, more sustainable communities by involving educational, faith-based, and non-profit organizations. The program not only planted trees, but also sowed seeds for environmental responsibility for future generations. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Msane.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I could see when you said we must come to the podium, the mayor was a bit uncomfortable. Thank you very much, Speaker. In the last council sitting, we made a commitment to the people of Tembisa Ililiba that the tower will be commissioned by the 30th of September 2025. And that they will be receiving uninterrupted water supply after many years of suffering. Speaker, we are therefore here today to this august house to report that as we speak, the tower has been commissioned with fully functional telemetry, and the people of Ililiba have been receiving clean, uninterrupted water supply from their taps for more than a week now. We again made a commitment to our residents and industries in the area of Albemarle, Wadeville, Rodokop, just to name a few, that we will be commissioning the Russell Road Reservoir, and their years of struggling will be an end. And Speaker, that commitment has been delivered. A sign that where there is a political will, not political interference, there will be always results. The ever so dedicated Water and Sanitation Department team under the stellar leadership of the Economic Freedom Fighters does not only acknowledge its victories. We are aware of the continuous water struggles faced by our communities in Etwatu, Tsakani, and the community of Bedford View. And mind you, Speaker, these communities got to witness the launch of the so-called Aqualip in 2017, as we always get reminded in this house every time we deliver uninterrupted, fresh, drinkable water to our people, which is proof and will remain as proof, Speaker, that our people do not drink dreams. Aqua Wat Wat remains a project which was nothing but a PR stunt in 2017 and laid incomplete and fallow without servicing our people. Ngoba for many years, it was a removal of this contractor to be replaced by this contractor without consequence management. Now, Speaker, the current leadership of this department, under the capable of the EFF hands, understood that our people do not drink dreams, but want water from their taps. That is why the mandate of this department is to make sure that the people of the city of Ekurhuleni receive clean, drinkable, uninterrupted water from their taps. We assure the community of Etwatwa, we assure the community of Tsakane and Bedford View that we are indeed working tirelessly to make sure that this mandate is never delayed. Speaker, as thousands of people from around the world will flock to our cities in the province of Gauteng for the G20, what we are seeing happening in the media in our neighboring metro of Johannesburg has a potential of causing uncertainties in our communities. Therefore, it is our responsibility and requires our joint efforts to take our communities into confidence as the city of Ekurhuleni that what they are witnessing in the city of Johannesburg will not be experienced in the city of Ekurhuleni. After numerous alerts of overconsumption from rainwater, the city of Ekurhuleni, as the water champions of the province, we chaired a meeting last week Friday, Speaker, with all the metros, and we gave them targets to reduce their high consumptions by 5% in the next 3 months in order to prevent this crisis. Should the city of Johannesburg and the city of Tshwane not reduce their water losses and remain above their water use license consumption, this will become a crisis in the province of Gauteng. Therefore, Speaker, we continue to appreciate the efforts made by our residents and industries in the city of Ekurhuleni by continuously saving water and using water sparingly. Now, in closing, Speaker, while we were said here in this august house that we are busy claiming easy victories, I hope what we highlighted today, MMC Zabat.
Thank you, MMC.
Must I respond?
Wenzani, uyakhuluma?
Oh, I thought she wants me to respond. I heard my name, MMC Labat.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank you.
No, you were just finishing off what we started.
thank you. Let's, councillors, let's concentrate, please. The whip of council is going to be the last person to make an official notice. Whip, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Executive Mayor Alderman Nkosindiphihle Xhakaza, Leader of Government Business Councillor Andile Mngwevu, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Julius Mdluli, members of Council, Acting City Manager, Council Secretary and all HODs present, and all senior officials, ladies and gentlemen. Sanbonani, Khoyemore, good morning, Aufsheni, Dimacheroni, Dumelang, Molweni. We sit this council meeting today fresh from festivities of the annual Heritage Day celebrations. Just yesterday, the 24th September 2025, a day of significant importance in the lives of the people of South Africa, yet gradually alienated from its founding meaning and purpose, and gradually came to be dismissed and allocated to the corner at which it has come to be known and called the National Pride Day. This historic day carries much more meaning and purpose than the current notion that the South Africans must come together from their different walks of life on a national holiday and foster unity and togetherness over a braai stand and a beer in the hand as a tool to bring to life what former President Nelson Mandela termed as a rainbow nation. We want to argue, Madam Speaker, that indeed this day carries more weight and responsibility, far greater and compelling than what it has been reduced to. As the great son of the African soil, Chinua Achebe, once alluded, we want to concur that indeed, close quote, until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hand will always glorify the hunter, close quote. These above words could not have been more relevant in the context of our society than at this present South Africa we find ourselves. We find ourselves in a country of lost identity, whose history is a contested terrain about where we come from and where we are heading. It is on this basis that we want to make a clarion call that it is about that the real South African history be part of the curriculum as a compulsory subject in basic education. Of course, this call we make fully aware of the detractors of our real story, who wishes that our brutal past can be swept under the carpet and treated as a bygone. But we believe that as a disease can only be cured through a proper diagnosis, so as to prescribe the relevant medication, no future can be built without to concrete knowledge and the understanding of the past. From basic education, the South African youth need to be taught the real history of our struggle, the route from slavery to apartheid and into the current context they find themselves. This is the only proper way that young people will get to value and appreciate our democracy, be conscious of their soul, of their social, economic and political landscapes, so that we can build a more just and progressive nation state. Fellow councillors, we must understand that as a subject, compulsory one at that time, history is the most important tool that can and should be used to heal the wounds of the past in order to build a united South Africa. This history needs to be told by those who value the contributions made by the heroes and heroines who got us this far. Our history needs to tell a correct story that South Africa was not discovered by white settlers in 1652, led by Jan van Riebeeck, but that one people were already trading a diamond and gold before this land was stolen through the bloodbath and the barrel of a gun. We cannot have a history textbook that makes no mention of the kings and chiefs fought and murdered in greater battles in defense of our land and its minerals. No country will ever go forward if it does not understand where it comes from. Our wounds of the past are still in the process of healing. It is not surprising that many South Africans cannot even sing the national anthem. They are not very patriotic when it comes to the country. These are some of the results of failing to tell the real story of South Africa. We are too quick to learn about Napoleon and Roosevelt, who do not impact a lot on the ordinary South African. Our youth cannot tell us about the history of the Khoisan, the Battle of Isandlwana, the brutal murder of Dingaan, and the history of Shaka Zulu, Osikhukhune, and Yinza, but they can narrate unblinkingly the history of Francis Lewis, Bonaparte, and Americans Lincoln and Kennedy. The Americans, Cubans, and all other developed nations embraces their histories. It is what informs their patriotism, culture, their future, and inheritances. We are aware, Madam Speaker, that of course the beneficiaries of the apartheid system of separate development would come out against this call of making history a compulsory subject in basic education. These detractors would do so in their quest to protect their private properties and wealth. But history will assist our youth to understand better our current inequalities of a society and how we should move forward in addressing our social problems. We have young people that learn incorrect history through the media, labeling themselves the born frees, who are not affected by the past injustices of the apartheid regime. This fallacy prevents them from understanding that the roots of apartheid are systematic, being visible even today in a country riddled by poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The challenges themselves troubling most certain races that were marginalized for nearly 5 decades and hundreds of years even before. South Africa lags behind our countries in terms of robust teaching of history as a subject that can help celebrate its heritage, culture, and values that made us to be who we are today. Instead, we rely on fragmented teachings of history at primary level, optional teaching of history at secondary level, and history as a choice discipline that is but quickly fading at tertiary level. Ultimately, the future preservations of our culture and values lies in the current preservations of our heritage, culture, and values through education. And that means teaching history as a compulsory subject at school level to provide a foundation of much needed celebration of our past. Education is a feature that is commonly used by societies to transmit what society deems important. History is a valuable instrument through which such a goal could be achieved. Failure to recognize this would be a colossal mistake that could be felt for decades to come. History is what makes people see in themselves as different, as similar, and yet as bound by more than their distinguished tribes or races. This strikes at the core of and is related to issues of individual, personal, and group identity. Madam Speaker, we know that although history is a contentious, at a time, controversial aspect of education, it has shaped so much of education today. At times, it raises highly charged issues that have the potential to open up deep wounds for some, but it also allows a process of healing, acceptance of the past as it was, and that possibility even embracing the past and using it as a lesson well learned for the future. When we brought the motion to council for the formal commemoration of Davidton and Polar Park Masaki, we were fully aware of the potential wounds this would open up, but we did so as a source of not only remembering the past, but to fully acknowledge it, to remind our children and teach them exactly where we come from as a country and a nation, to find healing and closure for the families of the fallen victims, but to also embrace these strategies as part of our history that must inform our future and where we are headed. We did that not just to control the narrative of our history in our attempt to be the lion and tell our own story, but we genuinely believe that honoring those victims of the Masaki through a formal commemoration will strengthen reconciliation efforts among the bereaved families, survivors, and the broader community. We also believe that a dedicated annual day of remembrance will contribute to social cohesion and justice, ensuring that the memories of those who perished are preserved and respected. And lastly, that transforming the existing memorial park into a recognized local heritage site will serve as a permanent educational and historical landmarks for future generations, deepening public understanding of this chapter in our history. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we must recognize that Heritage Day is a specific holiday to celebrate the cultural wealth of our nation. It is a day to honor our diversity, our traditions, our languages, and the many historical milestones that shape who we are as a nation, united in our own diversity. Toyin Falola argues that, close quote, language is not just a tool, it is the breath and the soul of the people, the drums of memory and the seed of their mind in Africa. The suppression of indigenous languages under the colonial government was a function of a silent mechanism, close quote. In our collective celebration of this Heritage Day, let us employ equally our collective efforts to help restore what colonization tried to erase from us. And language is a nation's identity, the real essence of who we are, and how we best express ourselves. Our struggle for freedom was not only about the right to vote and to participate in the economic mainstream, but to be able to use our languages as a means to express ourselves, to feel a true sense of belonging in the land of our forefathers. We must ensure that we continue to feel at home as different tribes that speak and express ourselves in our different 11 official languages in South Africa, and collectively ensure that we bring to life the constitutional obligation that indeed South African belongs to all who live in it, and that we build a non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous nation that is truly united in our diversity. We must defend the right of every South African to express themselves in the language of their mother and feel at home in this country. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to state and remind ourselves that indeed this year's Heritage Day theme speaks to what I raised above as it is coined. Close quote, remaining our heritage institution for a new era, close quote. How do we draw from our collective and diversity in a quest to march forward and build prosperous nation state? Heritage Day does not only call on us to gather around a braai stand and a beer in hand on one day event in our calendar, as I stated in my opening, but it calls and compels us to collectively redefine the meaning of what must unite us, our values and cultures, languages and traditions, and our dignities and experiences that continues to shape who we are. Our heritage calls on all of us, kindly the spirit of Ubuntu, to embrace our collective excellence in service to vulnerable communities that entrusted us to lead them into a more country. Ours is the responsibility to effect service delivery to the residents of Ekurhuleni, and may we put our best foot forward as we discharge this responsibility.
Thank you, Whip of Council.
1
We
minute,
shall
provision of
indeed
basic
put
service.
our best
Our
foot
people,
forward.
As we continue with the festivities of Heritage Day
Whip,
celebration.
thank you very much.
Livua for Madam Speaker.
You don't want me to comment. Thank you. Let us proceed. Thank you, Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. The next item is proposals of condolences or congratulations by the Speaker of Council.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we congratulate the following councillors who have added a year to their lives, who will do so in October. Councillor Jim Tembu on the 5th, Councillor Jane Pete the 7th, Councillor Dim Batane on the 8th, and then on the 10th, Councillor M. Fodo and Councillor M. Radebe. On the 11th, Councillor C. Daliwe. The 15th, Councillor B. Kota. On the 19th, Councillor G. Class. 20th, Councillor I. Senol. On the 23rd, Councillor M. Mketu. 28th, Councillor S. Pike. On the 29th, Councillor A. Nguni. And on the 31st, Councillor R. Herbst and Councillor T. Poki. We would like councillors to send the following condolences. We send our condolences to Matie Ludik, a staff member in Benoni, on the passing of her mother, Martha Dupres, who passed away on the 2nd of September 2025. We send condolences to families, friends of Nontlan Tlapo from Davidton, who sadly took her own life on the 2nd of September 2025 after experiencing bullying at school. Condolences to the family of Relebohile Gauke, who is 17, Malitabo Gauke, who was 15, and Khutato Gauke, who was 7, who tragically lost their lives in a shack fire at Freedom Square. We send our condolences to the Ndlovu family for the passing of Isaac Ndlovu, a former athletics coach. Condolences to the Sikwakwe family for the loss of their 3 daughters in a fire. I think we've alluded to the 3 daughters who are Relebohile, Malitabo, and Khotatso. We have the following congratulations, councillors. We congratulate the Democratic Alliance on President Cyril Ramaphosa's statement at the ANC roll call. He acknowledged that DA governs some of the best run municipalities in South Africa and indicated that ANC councillors have lessons to learn from the Democratic We congratulate, congratulations to the theatre practitioner, Phyllis Klotz, who was awarded the insignia of Chevalier des Arts et des Lettres by Ambassador David Mati, Arma French, Uchilo Buipur Batu, Bas Kukune, Bainta, Ager, Arma French, Arbatu Macron, please. On the 10th of September, the honor was conferred by the French Ministry of Culture, who recognizes exceptional contributions to the arts and literature. We congratulate our own Alderman Alkongobese on his new role as a member of parliament in the National Assembly. We congratulate you, Alko Bufagwezwe Ngobese, member of parliament. We will dearly miss you, Kamdane. He's in the gallery. Kamdane, if you can wave for us. No, we thank you for your service, Kamdane. We appreciate, I think now it's Alderman Campbell, the oldest serving councillor, with Alderman Berg. So they are no longer triplets, they are twins. And then this one, councillors, is not me, ne? But we congratulate Esgama Kepul, Orlando Pirates, for winning MTN 8 finals against Stellenbosch. Alderman Tabati, it's not me. It's for the 5 skippers. Thank you very much, CS. We may move to the next item.
Thank you, Speaker. The next item is minutes of the previous meetings. We've got 2 minutes. It's minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 28th of August 2025. And then we've got minutes of the ordinary in-committee council meeting held on 28th August 2025 to serve as and when there's an in-committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So we will deal with the minutes of the ordinary council meeting. And should we have the in-committee councillors, is then that we will deal with the second set. We are now going to go to the corrections of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 28th of August. Councillor Mtias.
Thanks.
Vat, Councillor Senol.
Covered Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matsi.
No, we're fine, Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Muja Pilu is not here. Is covered. Thank you, councillors. Do we have a mover to accept the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 28th of August 2025? Councillor Matsi.
Speaker, we'd like to move for the adoption of.
Thank you, Councillor Mufokeng.
I second, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 28th of August 2025 have been duly adopted. Can we kindly move to the next item?
Next item, Speaker, is questions of which notice has been given.
Thank you. We have questions that are asked to members of the mayoral committee. Councillor N. Malinga. Oh, we're going to request the executive mayor to come and table the questions. You ready?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to your good selves. The leader of government business, the members of the mayoral committee, chair of chairs, and all the chairpersons of oversight committees and standing committees, and all the councillors, the acting city manager, Mr. Sulufelo Kupedi, and all the HODs, the senior officials, and members of the media, and the people in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I hereby table the written responses to questions I raised in terms of Rule 101 of the Council Standing Orders. The written responses were circulated to all councillors, Madam Speaker, electronically. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Are you ready, Councillor Malinga?
I'm ready, Speaker.
Councillor Malinga, you may ask MMC Tusi.
Thank you, Speaker. The Tembisa Indigent Office is facing a serious backlog in relation to processing indigent application, whereas customers are switched off. Number one, how is the department ensuring that application processing is done speedily? Number two, when is the department filling vacant post of management in the indigent office? Thank you.
MMC Tusi.
Thank you, Speaker. We as the department are in continuous engagements with ICT department to provide technical support and also to give assistance to IMS users to monitor their performance, the performance of the system and the network, and on continuous basis we assist in updating the software of the equipment as and when it is required. The indigent management system post-go live issues, the tracking session, which is held by ICT system administrators and the social development division, is aimed at identifying and sharing areas that need improvement in the system to enable the administrators to improve the system's efficiency. And then currently, on the second question, the Community Services Department has prioritized the filling of positions of the manager, indigent manager. The department has concluded the interviews and for this position, and we are waiting HR to finalize the appointment. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Malinga,
I'm covered, Speaker. Fine.
you're fine?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Councillor Imatloga to ask MMC Ngotwana.
Okay, thank you very much. Imadloga is absent. At Winnie Mandela CCC, there is a backlog of debit relief applications. The administrative team has already captured the applications, but the approval are still outstanding from the ICT. The question is, what is the cause of the delay and when will approvals finally be completed? Thank you.
Alderman Ngotwana.
Thank you, Speaker. The write-offs for debt rehabilitations are done on the solar system, which must be then updated, which must update the debt rehabilitation system. So the department is currently testing the integration between the two systems, which is the debt rehabilitation system and the solar. And we are planning to complete this testing stage by the 30th of September, 2025.
Whip.
Yeah, I just want to get clarity as to say when was it updated, because you are saying it has been updated when?
Alderman.
Yes, Councillor, is updating now. They are testing it now, currently.
Now, like this, 10
Yes,
past
that's why I'm
11.
saying it will be complete. I'm saying it will be completed on the 30th of September.
Okay, whip, manje.
Do you have a report with you now, which they're telling you, or you just say now? Because now you are saying now, it means you are having a report with you.
Currently,
Yeah, he's saying it's being updated. It's not saying they are busy updating, he said it's being updated. So I'm saying, when was it updated? He's saying currently. Which one is which one?
is that English? Please, they are updating
They're
it
updating
currently.
it now, currently, yes.
Thank you. Councillor C. Lange is asking Alderman Gotwana.
Thank you, Speaker. MC Mkotwana, considering the COGTA Minister's letter of 20th May 2025, which equivalently declared the appointment of the Group CFO invalid in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, and the subsequent oversight visit by COGTA Portfolio Committee to Gauteng, where the city of Ekurhuleni was found to be in breach of this directive, can you respond to the following questions? Who advised that an intergovernmental relation process could be used instead of complying with the minister's directive? And on what authority was that advice based? Is your office in possession of any legal opinion or written advice supporting the use of an IGR process? And if so, can you table it before council? Are you aware that unless overturned by a court of law, the minister's letter is binding and final? How do you justify the continued recognition of the Group CFO appointment in the contradiction of Section 54A of the Municipal Systems Act? What immediate measures will your office department undertake to bring the city of Ekurhuleni into compliance with the minister's directive and avoid further legal or governance risks? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gotwana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, maybe first we must remind ourselves that during July 2024, this council resolved to adopt the recommendation of the duly appointed selection panel, and this led to the appointment of the GCFO. In response to the question relating to the allegation of unlawfulness in the appointment of the GCFO, wishing to categorically state that unlawfulness cannot be presumed when it comes to the council's resolution. And importantly, the council resolution cannot be set aside through correspondence from anyone. The commentary or view expressed by the minister remain as such, and it does not take that the council resolution remain binding until they have been set aside by the court of law. Of great importance, Madam Speaker, and to be appreciated by the honored members, is that the appointment of GCFO is a statutory regulated process initiated and concluded by the council. In this regard, the process is outlined in the Municipal Systems Act and the regulations, and the process provides a remedy on who, when, and what should happen in the event there are allegations of unlawfulness in the appointment of the senior manager. Madam Speaker, I must also remind council that yes, there was the challenge in the court, but the court did strike the matter out of the role of this appointment. So, after the matter was struck off the roll, there was no further challenging. So we don't have any challenge with this matter. We therefore confirm that the municipal did not ignore any direct or indirect instruction from the minister as alleged or the MEC, but we agreed to reason to each other through the process of IGR, and we indicated the commitment to engage constructively on the issue raised by the minister. Safe to say that the IGR is a legal recognized process intended to resolve the issues between the government institutions In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we affirm our commitment in ensuring that the rule of law is respected at all times, and also point out that the council resolution are to be respected as binding and implementable until the court has pronounced otherwise, despite our own personal view. Therefore, the issue of unlawfulness does not arise at this stage. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dilange.
Thank you for the motivational speech, MMC. The MMC did not answer. MMC did not answer any of the questions. Nonetheless, as council, we believe in the overwhelming capacity of this executive. We do not believe that the executive would come to council and mislead it intentionally. So it's okay, MMC. With that said, MMC, are you then saying that the decisions taken by council supersedes national, legislative imperative acts, which national and provincial spheres of government are the custodians of? And MMC, you will also note that it's not the first time that this issue has come to council. Didn't you then at some point think it would be important to bring it to the attention of council so that we could address the issue before taking it into the public realm? And also, MMC, are you willing to stand by legality of the current process they are undertaking, even when a directive from the minister has been given? Please, MMC. Also, I just need, I'm sorry, Speaker, just to assist me a bit. This is for clarity purposes, MMC.
Yeah,
No,
because
we ask these
Councillor,
questions for clarity
you are now
purposes.
asking a whole lot of different questions.
But MMC has not answered any of
Ka-
the
ka- ka-
questions.
Just ask a follow-up.
It's
on the-
okay, Speaker.
MMC, respond.
Madam Speaker, I think I did respond today sufficiently. And now I did make sure that council today I must respond openly. So I did respond, and all the issues I did covered. So I've answered the Councillor Dilange. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The person in the gallery with a brown jacket, can you lower your phone?
Speaker, I think for once you can agree with me today. I know you enjoyed disagreeing with me, but I think today you can agree with me that the MMC has not answered any of my questions. And
I
think it's
don't
unfair.
agree with you.
She still enjoys it.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Dilange, if you have a follow-up, you may ask a follow-up question. Councillors, we're also going to request, where your questions are so comprehensive and they require a comprehensive response, let's do the questions that require a written response. Re a kgopela ke re. But I don't agree with you. You may ask your follow-up question.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
Speaker.
MMC.
Speaker.
No.
Councillor Dunga, what is that? The councillor is refusing that you must speak. I don't know what must happen. We must ask what is it. We are asking. Alderman
No,
Tawa.
Speaker, can I please be protected? Can I please move along?
Councillor Tunga, the councillor, what is it? Why are you raising your hand?
I was going to agree with her, but she says disagree with me.
So yeah. No, the part that I'm not agreeing with her, Councillor Tunga, is the part where she says, I don't agree with her. It's not any other matter. So I don't agree with you, Councillor Tilange. Yeah, please proceed.
Speaker, you know this is a very serious issue. The Act of Parliament is law. MMC.
This is the follow-up, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I just want the MMC to understand that I understand that part. So I'm just asking MMC, are you there?
So the Act of Parliament that you are raising,
I'm asking,
which one?
I'm asking my question, my follow-up, Speaker. May I please be allowed?
No, EM,
No,
don't
thank
do
you.
that, please.
Yes.
No, Councillor, please ask, but we are going to
Okay,
request,
MMC.
where we are quoting acts, we must say the exact act, ne?
Section 56, Madam Speaker,
Of,
of the Municipal Systems Act.
okay,
Okay.
yes.
MMC, I then want to ask, are you then saying that the resolutions taken by council supersedes these acts? Because you make a lot of emphasis on that in the response that you give to me.
MMC? No, councillors. MMC, yeah, just your final response?
No, Madam Speaker.
No, the leader of executive business cannot intimidate the councillor. You can't, please. The councillor must be given an opportunity to ask.
Yeah.
MMC,
No, Madam Speaker, I did in my response to say the council resolution still stands and it will be returned by the court of law. Thank you.
okay, thank you. The MMC is saying if the only institution that can declare our decision invalid is a court of law. That's what he said. Thank you, let us proceed.
Madam Speaker,
Just,
Councillor Tunga, you are rising on
on a point of order,
to me.
yeah, whether to you or to what he has just said, because that can't be right. We can't allow council to be
No, Councillor
misled
Tunga.
in that way. No.
No, Councillor Tunga, the MMC is responding to the questions that are here and the follow-up.
He's misleading council. He's misleading council.
No.
In as
Councillor
much as
Tunga,
we don't want
let's
to
allow
be
the
involved in this
process.
matter,
Madam
he is
Speaker.
misleading council.
Can,
Madam Speaker,
thank
He's
you.
misleading council.
Let us proceed.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Tilange,
He's
please,
no,
we
just
have
the last
dwelt
one.
on this
I just want
matter.
to ask, then I'm
He's
done.
misleading council.
Is the MMC willing to be
He's
held
misleading council.
personally liable should it
No,
arise
no,
that he's
Councillor
found to be misleading
Tilange,
council?
We disagree.
No, we need to, because the
Can
MMC
we
needs
move
to be
to-
certain of what he's saying.
Thank you,
you
Councillor
can move
Tilange.
out.
Oh, the MMC
Councillor
will allow
Smelani,
him.
we are going to ask that you prepare your questions for MMC Ngwenya. Whip, who's going to be responding? Who is it? Leader of executive business. Leader of executive business, who is responding on behalf of MMC Ngwenya? No, we can't be abused like this. Councillor Simelani deserves to be responded to. I'm going to go back to this one when we're done, as well as the one here, Councillor Mashia Nene. Councillor Tuabala. Can you please ask MMC Manamela and then please, Leader of Executive Business, prepare whoever is going to respond on behalf of Councillor Ngwenya. Councillor Tuabala, please ask MMC Manamela.
Thanks, Speaker. Please, Speaker, hey, Wabatamu, can you please adjust the Ukupe? It's cold in here.
Please ask the question. Councillor Tuabala, some of us are very old, ne?
No, thanks.
So this temperature is the correct temperature for us.
All right, no, thanks, Speaker. Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to Speaker. Greetings, to
Proceed.
councillors. My question goes straight to MMC of Environment and Resource Management. Overgrown grass has long been reported around all schools in Tembisa and along main roads and intersection. Those issues have still not been attended, and this is plunging schools, children, and community to be easy victim of crime. To MMC, when will grass cutting start in the above mentioned areas? And it should be noted that the residents of Tembisa are paying services, and therefore they deserve better and quality services.
Yeah, Mara Councillor, Councillors, we are going to ask, especially us who have a responsibility, have we logged the call now?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are going to ask that in these instances, we don't wait for council to come and report overgrown grass, sewer, and all those things. If there is no mechanism, or you are not
Okay,
finding
Speaker.
joy, we are going to ask that we have a better way to deal with it so that we avoid prolonging it longer than it's necessary. Ne,
Okay,
Council?
Speaker. This thing has been long reported, Speaker.
We are not disputing that,
Yes, Speaker.
Councillor.
And then they were
Ne?
reported during a raining season, and we are in the another raining season. Nothing has been done.
Yeah, we are going to ask councillor that we try harder to deal with service delivery issues in a different manner. Ne? MMC, please respond.
Speaker,
No, thank you very much, Speaker. And thanks for highlighting the issue of.
Yeah, please, councillors, can we listen to the response?
And thank you very much for highlighting the issue that seeks to say, before any other escalation, being it to the MMC's office directly or through the council a question, at least let us try to log a call and follow them up on it. Councillor Twabala, Galeboha, for your questions. But however, it can't be that in Tembisa we haven't attended to Tembisa, because already we commenced through internal teams. Furthermore, all areas in Tembisa 2 have been attended to. While Tembisa 1 currently has a backlog, we agree to a backlog, but doesn't mean that we haven't done anything, which is being addressed. And grass cutting continues across Tembisa, and the following areas have already been attended to. Speaker, Difatem Park, SL Park, Ibazelo Park, Andrew Mapeto Partial, Mehlarin Stadium, Limindlela, Reverend RTJ Namani Road, Mutsu Park, Rabasotu Hall, Old Civic Center, Mfuyaning, Open Space, Isabelo, Pomulung Library, Gianna High School, Iponse School, Ispetweni Park, Ditabong Library, Tswelopele Park, Difatem Park, Mutsu Park, Isiqoqweni Park, Tembisa, and many others. So just to ensure full coverage, Councillor Twabala, a comprehensive grass cutting program will be in full swing from the first week of October 2025, with additional support from appointed contractors to augment internal capacity. And should you request that particular plan, we'll be able to share with some of the ward councillors, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman?
oh, Alderman.
Alderman Dlabati, Alderman Kagaza, and the leader of executive business. Alderman Randall can hear because you are speaking too loudly more than the MMC. And Councillor Dunga, okay. Councillors, please, let's not interfere with the hearing of Alderman Randall. Thank you. Leader of Executive Business, do you have a follow-up, Councillor Tobala?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Re tlo khapa officing ya MMC, don't worry.
No, no, man, MMC, Madam Speaker. Hence I've said there's an overgrown grass, has been long been not reported around all schools in Tembisa. And then nothing's been done. And we've reported these things. We have reference numbers. 2, we only see grass cutting when there is MMCs coming in our area. It's only when.
Is this a follow-up question,
I'm saying
Councillor
that, yeah.
Tobala?
So when will be grass cutting going to happen around schools in Tembisa? Because nothing's been happening. Thanks.
MMC, what did you say in your response?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We have responded and we have said a comprehensive grass cutting will commence on the first week of October. But we further said we have been attending to the areas in Tembisa.
MMC, can you open the door of your office so that you sit with Councillor Tobala and you have your session, please?
That's what I wanted to also propose, Speaker, to say Councillor Tobala must approach myself directly or through my office, and then I'm willing, Councillor Tobala, to accompany you through those areas that you are speaking of in Tembisa, so that I can physically assess them myself. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, MMC. I'm covered. Thanks.
Thank you. And then, Councillor Simelani, are you ready?
Morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm ready. When is the energy department going to fix the 2 high masts and street lights at Habedi Street, Tornado section in Guatemala, with the reference number 0068 of 2025/03/05? Thanks.
MMC Ngwe, who's speaking? MMC Ngosi?
Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a bit, whip of the EFF, whip of council.
For
Then
clarity,
you can
in terms
come
of
in.
Rule 39, I want to check with you if
Wait, can I request that you hold on? I recognize the whip of council before you.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the part we have to correct, the MMC cannot say that is accompanying. He has the responsibility to do monitoring, also to oversee service delivery issues. If he's reported by the council is aware of it, must just take his responsibility and attend the matter. Thank you.
Whip of the EFF?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to get clarity because in terms of Rule 39, it states clearly that the lead of government business must notify you who is going to respond on behalf of anyone who is absent on mayoral committee. So where I'm sitting, I see as if where you are sitting, you don't know who should answer and who should not answer. So is that part done? If not, then the lead of government business must tell us why it didn't do that.
Leader of executive business, just repeat it.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. MMC Nkos is going to speak on behalf of MMC Nkos.
Okay.
Speaker, in terms of the rule, it should have already been sent to you. Not to say he must tell us, you should know. You can't ask him because in terms of the rule, should submit to you who is going to speak on behalf of who. Not now. If you go through the rules. Because it speaks of time, which is 24 hours, which means your office should be aware. You can't be asking me now.
Okay, upho bastume. Yeah, because I think we of the EFF, ne, sometimes please allow us to chair council, ne, because sometimes an MMC gets sick. Like now, we have that thing that ulena ucancel MMC Ngwenya ukogaye, ne. So sometimes we try to run council as seamlessly as possible. When there's a person to respond, where there's no person to respond is where we can have a gripe and all that. The councillor has indicated that Councillor Nkosi is going to be responding. The unfortunate part is that when I asked him before, he was busy texting someone on the phone. That's why he could not give me an answer, which is something that we must reprimand. We are going to ask that we allow MMC Nkosi to respond, please. There is a message here that is there's a leave of absence for Councillor Zaifan.
Yes, Speaker, we do agree with you, but we are saying in terms of the rule, the MMC must do the right thing. Immediately when he received that thing, unless if you suspended the rule, then I can agree with you. But the rule is not yet suspended, it means the rule applies.
No. Let's allow MMC Nkosi to respond. Councillors, please take it easy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks, Councillor Similane. The faulty high masts around Guatemala and across the city, and the street lights are scheduled for the repairs during the current month of September. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but we are going to still request councillors that we must not be agitated sometimes, ne? There are exceptional circumstances where discretion is required or can be exercised. So for council to run seamlessly, we are going to ask that we allow the process as guided by the chairperson of council to unfold. Are you happy with the answer? Councillor Mang who asked. Councillor Smelan, did you even hear the answer?
Yes, I did get the answer, Speaker, to say the high mass will be fixed within this month. That means the last day will be on Tuesday of this month. Thanks.
So even you want to go to the office of the MMC?
No, Speaker. If they don't fix it, I will fix it myself.
Okay. Okay, Tuesday is D-Day. Leader of Executive Business. Tuesday is D-Day for the high mast to be fixed in terms of the response. You must make sure it happens. Yeah. Thank you, Whip.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think here we must be consistent, ne? In terms of Rule 39 of the standing orders. If the MMC is not feeling well, but it must be formal. Even if is agent, we cannot cover that 24 hours. They must report to the leader of governance business. In order, the leader of governance business submit the apology to you. Because I think the issue is when you'll come here, you are the speaker, you also don't know whether the MMC is present or not. Now we take it, but moving forward, asifuna ufumana izinto ezabe ezibambana nathi as a legislature. We must just know that we are consistent on it. Even if a person angathola accident, must inform the lead of governance. Because also the lead of governance is not going to be accountable for people who did not submit formal or official their apologies to him.
Yeah, thank you. We are going to run the council in a manner that allows council to proceed and in a manner that does not hinder service delivery. That is what we are saying, councillors. If we may proceed. Councillor Mashiane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The questions are in regards to the Ngabinde substation in Guatemala. The question is as follows. What is the latest update on the repairs of the substation, which burned down 3 years ago? 1.1, what has the MMC done to fast-track the repairs process in the substation? Question 3, when will the MMC return to the Guatemala community to provide a progress update on the substation repairs? Thank you, Chair.
MMC Nkosi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks, Councillor Mashiane. Whilst we acknowledge the frustrations that the community has in regards with this substation, the Energy Department is still awaiting the outcome of the insurance claim from the insurers. And the claim includes the substation building, the switchgear, and the power transformer, which has the claim numbers, which is 4/1229/82/2, and then with the KMS number, which is 15590. Then on the 1.1, in regards to what we're gonna do to fast track the repair process, our response is that the department is still awaiting again the outcome of the claim from the insurers. The insurance process, it's outside the scope of Energy Department, which the department assisted with providing a report and allowing the assessor on site for the investigation. And then on 1.2, on when are we gonna return to Guatemala for, to provide progress? Our response is that the repairs of the substation can only commence when the outcome of the insurance claim is known. Thus, we're gonna go back to the community to report on that when we have proper feedback to the community. And that the department is awaiting the outcome again from the insurance before a progress update can be made to our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Mashiane.
Thank you, Speaker, but the MMC has not answered any of my questions. Question 1 was, we acknowledged the response of question 1 in the November council sitting that they are still waiting for the insurance. And then after we asked that question, did the MMC ever sugumat at his desk or maybe speak to his colleagues to say what is the update on the other department that is responsible with these insurances? Because we asked this question in November. 10 months down the line, the MMC is still waiting, sitting in his desk waiting. What has he proactively done after we asked the question? And then question number 2, or it says, what has the MMC personally done? And then question number 3, it says, when, date, time, the venue will be Guatemala number 3. So we're just waiting for date and time when the MMC will come and update the community. Ukuthi substation ayilungiswanga does not mean that the MMC must not come and give the community an update to say we are still waiting from the day the substation burned until today. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, and we are still waiting for 5, 6, 7, 8. So those are my questions, and I was not answered. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mashiane, Chair of Chairs. Councillor Mashiane, I think the question that we are making up as a follow-up is that the responsible department that is to assist us on tracking in regards to the insurance is legal department. And that's the reason I'm saying I would have inquired through them as to how far is the process. And as the MMC also, one of the issues were MMCs are responsible to go to the communities, that is correct. And that's why we say we're gonna go to the community with a proper update. And the community of Guatemala, I would have raised that indeed it's long for them not having a substation. But when we go there, we need to go there with umphako ukuthi singahlali phansi. We said we must stand up and sisukumile sahamba sayobuza ukuthi how far is the process. For us to go to the community, it needs us to have a proper update that we'll give to the community. But we are also suggesting that even if there's no proper update, at least MMC, you can go and tell the community that for now we're still waiting for the insurance to give us a proper update, of which that I don't think it's gonna be a chance match because we are for the people and we can arrange to go to the community, but each and every time as the MMC of energy in absentia, it does go to the community and update communities. Thank you. I can't, when you say.
Thank you,
when
MMC
you say when
Nkosi.
you tell me to
Yeah,
say-
we'll
say
make
like
a
now.
request if there is Councillor Mashiane, so that you can call, who's the Councillor of Ward 77? Councillor Dunjane, we are going to ask that public participation process ibe teng where you'll give community feedback on this substation. Ne? Thank you. Councillor Lunat.
Thank you, Speaker. This question is to the Finance MMC. When are the objections to the valuation of properties going to be finalized? Because some values have gone up tremendously and owners are charged on the new value at the moment. Thank you.
MMC Dlabati.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Councillor Lunat, the projected finalization of the remaining objections is now in October 2025. And just to share additional information, Madam Speaker, is that we received a total number of objections, that is 17,002, 290 of which were withdrawn, and the objections outcome that were finalized in August were 5,852, and we are remaining with this 10,860, which is set to be finalized now in October. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Lunat?
No thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Janse van Rensbeck.
Thank you, Speaker. To the MMC of Finance, in light of multiple residents and complex communications indicating that payments will be withheld until the 2025-2026 electricity tariff issues are regularized and formally communicated, will the MMC commit to tabling a cash flow continuity plan to Council that prioritizes payments for essential services without relying on punitive credit control against accounts formally in tariff dispute? Confirm whether early warning and cost containment triggers under the city's MFMA-aligned cash management framework have been activated, and whether a ring-fenced essential services payment prioritization has been approved by the accounting officer. Undertake that cash shortfalls will not be backfilled by deferring planned maintenance on electricity and water networks, given the risks to network reliability and service continuity. Confirm that no unauthorized, irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure will be incurred to plug temporary cash gaps. State by what date a written cash flow and service continuity plan will be circulated to all councillors and customer care centres to stabilise public confidence while tariff approvals and implementation reports are finalised. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Labati.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Firstly is that we do have an approved budget as a city that has the income and expenditure to the extent that on quarterly basis, we do come and report to council on the income and expenditure. Now, Madam Speaker, we do prioritize the payment of core services, your electricity, water, and sanitation. And I can commit that we will not rely on punitive measures on credit control. The audit committee just spoke to us this morning that one of their areas of concern is precisely the financial position of the city. And we have made a commitment to use all the available measures to collect revenue. So credit control will be intensified. There will not be any compromise in that regard. With regards to the early warning and cost containment, National Treasury, Madam Speaker, has directed ourselves on the cost containment measures that we must adhere to, and the city has been complying with that. There's not been any deviation in that regard. So the budget is such that funds are allocated for specific votes, so that in essence money gets to the ring fence for service delivery payment. And once again, Madam Speaker, we do prioritize payments that are related to water, electricity, sanitation, just to mention few. Must we undertake that cash shortfall will not be backfilled by deferring a planned maintenance? There is no intention, Madam Speaker, to defer any planned maintenance. As I said, we have approved the budget to the extent that, in fact, we have added more additional funds on the repairs and maintenance. And amongst others, it will definitely target issues of energy as part of infrastructure improvement or upgrade, inclusive of the network enhancement. So there is no intention on our part to defer any planned maintenance in that regard. Of course, Madam Speaker, subject to what is happening, we'll make any determination in the adjustment budget. But the commitment remains that issues of electricity we should not be tampered with. Can I confirm that there are no unauthorized expenditure, irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Madam Speaker, our political posture is clear that we are anti-unauthorized, irregular and fruitless as well as wasteful expenditure. Now, as an MMC, I'm not involved in the day-to-day transactions that are taking place in the administration. As and when there are instances of UIFWs, they will be brought to council accordingly through the MPEC and dealt with accordingly. So I can't say with certainty that there will not be any unauthorized or irregular. I'm not part of supply chain management. But politically, there is a tone that we are anti-UIFWs. And of course, you would have even seen with our latest submission on the AFS, we have not incurred any material UIF. So from the political leadership point of view, Councillor Van Rensburg, is that we are anti-UIFWs, but I can't say to you 100% that they will not occur. I'm not in the SCM, as I said. Can I state what date a written cash flow and service continuity? We are not going to circulate cash flow to customer care centers. We report to this council on a quarterly basis on the income and expenditure. And I know, Madam Speaker, to the extent that there is an item on the withdrawals that we are presenting. So it will be abnormal of us to suddenly post into our customer care centers. And by the way, these reports, they get to be for public consumption. So anyone can actually go to our city's website and access this information. But I can't go to Triple C's and post these things. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Janse van Rensburg.
Thank you, Speaker. No follow-up.
Thank you. Councillor K Ranyawa to ask MMC Holo.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. People living in council-owned flats are owing huge areas of amounts, and the debt review policy does not cover them. Is it possible to look at the situation and provide a solution to avoid mass eviction?
Councillor Holo.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So we do our best, Speaker, to try and assist tenants whom at the process of leasing, they may find themselves in a dire situation that may lead them defaulting in their rentals. The mass evictions really becomes our last resort, and that will be after all measures in place have been tried in the tenants who default. However, Speaker, I think it's important that we need to distinguish between the fully subsidized housing and the rental stock. So tenants will enter into agreement with the city through lease agreement that they need to pay certain amount monthly, and this comes after we have looked into their income, which will be sufficient enough for them to continue renting. But in most instances, we find ourselves in a situation whereby we have to deal with tenants who illegally occupy, and also tenants who sublet our rental stock. And it leaves us with no option but to apply for mass evictions. So tenants need to come forth if maybe they, for some other reasons, they are unable to pay, and we will be able to assist them. If they are unemployed in the process, we'll be able to assist them in applying for fully subsidized housing. But for rental stock, it's strictly like that. They need to ensure that they pay the rentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ranyawa.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and we welcome the response from the MMC, and we just want to request the MMC, maybe if we can make an arrangement, Speaker, with the ward councillor to convene those tenants who did not actually heed the call to make an arrangement payment, because you might find, as MMC is saying, maybe the financial conditions of those tenants are dire, as he's already alluded. Maybe what we can propose is that MMC, together with the ward councillor, to call those tenants to under one roof, in order for them to come forward and raise their concerns or issues or their challenges in terms of them not entering into an arrangement. And I'm sure MMC has already said they do have an opportunity to listen and see how best they can be able to assist them if they can indeed be able to service their rental. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Is there a specific ward, Councillor Ranyawa, that you are speaking for?
Well, for now, Speaker, what we know is that it's in Ward 29, Actonville, but we are also trying to cover all the rental stocks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the MMC is clear that the tenant must be legally there.
Yes, yes.
And must not be subletting from another big boss out there.
Indeed, Speaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's proceed, please. Councillor Tunjana. Or MMC, unyaka ubulela Samo on it?
No, I was just saying we welcome the proposal, will involve councillors going forward.
Yeah, so councillors that have such a situation, you may speak directly to MMC or Lone. Councillor Tunjana,
Siyabonga Speaker. When will the Department of Human Settlement complete the unfinished housing project at Kwatema Station 3, which encompasses Ward 77, Ward 111 and Ward 80? Because there are more than 100 houses that were not finished by the previous service provider. Thanks.
thank you. Councillor Olo.
Thanks, Speaker. So for this project to continue, province needs to secure alternative land for decanting. They've initially identified land in Driefontein. However, it was later discovered that it's waterlocked, so they could not continue using it. So as soon as they have identified alternative land, we'll be able to update councillors, particularly the beneficiary wards and the community on how we're going to proceed with the project.
Okay, but how did we arrive here, MMC? I think that becomes a concern for the council. How did we arrive at a point where we have built houses on waterlogged land? Or it's
No, actually,
Yes.
it's not. Where the project commenced is not a waterlogged
Okay.
land. However, where they needed to, for decanting, where we need to move people,
Decant, oh,
yeah,
okay.
then we found that that space is not suitable
Okay.
for inhabitant.
Okay, Councillor Dunjana, they need decanting land.
No, thanks, Speaker. While we appreciate the response, but I think the MMC is responding to a totally different matter.
Okay,
Yeah, the houses that I'm referring to are in Station 3. They were not built. I don't know for whatever reason, but it's Station 3 in Barcelona. The project was not completed because there were certain houses that were not built. I'm not referring to the people that should be moved to another area. I'm saying in Station 3, in 2000, when they were building houses, there were certain houses that they did not build. So the question is, when are they going to finish those houses?
the year 2000. MMC,
No,
Where were you?
I think, Speaker, it will be best if maybe we go there and see those houses so that we
Yeah.
respond from informed
Yeah,
position.
ne?
Thank you.
yeah. And Councillor, can we have a consultation so that you are speaking of the same thing?
Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks, Speaker. Thanks, Speaker.
thank you. MMC, please let's attend to it. Councillor S. Lamini.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So my question is based on the land which remain unused. Who owns those pieces of land which used to be Natal Spirit Hospital and the police 10,111 base camp? And were there no means to repair the sinkholes instead of demolishing those two buildings? Kahle, who owns those lands now? Hayi before kusase isibhedlela ne base camp. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you, MMC Nkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Dlamini. That land belongs to the Department of Infrastructure, Gauteng Province. The real estate department was neither aware of any demolish work that was carried out there on those premises, but also were not consulted regarding with that assessment of sinkholes in Natal Spread, because it is the mandate of the provincial department. But the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure will therefore be the best to provide further information.
but also will interact with them through the IGR to try and get proper information in regards to the Natal Spread Hospital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Dlamini.
I'll follow up maybe encane nje. Ukuthi
You are related, ningaxabani, ne? Yeah.
asixabani.
Thank you.
So the follow-up is, do I have to maybe go with them? Because I don't understand and know the IGR part. How, when and how does it represent us in the ward? Because the place now is left with me. And it's a hot spot in the whole country. So do I have to go with them so that I can get right answers from the IGR that I don't know who's IGR? Yeah, well.
Hotspot in the whole country, Councillor Dlamini. Alderman Kosi.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dlamini. I'm the one that sits on that platform. The IGR is an intergovernmental relation platform. It's where we sit with the province. And I'm saying your issue, I'll take it up with the DID and inquire on behalf of Ward 52. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor, MMC uthi, that land belongs to the province. And then for any rehabilitation and work to happen on that land, the province is the one that must speak. And then the platform is that Intergovernmental Relations Forum, IGR. She will take the matter to the IGR.
No ngizobonga kodwa ngibonga. Nami ngizoya.
Siyabonga,
Sibone sebafuna ukuyilandelela nakhona la kule city. So khona abanyonyobayo ngizozinyonyobela. Bame kancane.
Yeah, but MMC, the emphasis is that it must go MMC Nkosi with agency because it's a hot spot of the country, this thing. Please, siyacela. And then Councillor S. Maluleke to ask MMC Nkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. To the MMC of Economic Development, how does the city plan to address the poverty, unemployment and inequality in Ekurhuleni? What initiative and being implemented to promote economic development and create jobs? How does the city ensure that its policies and programs are inclusive and responsive to the needs of vulnerable groups, including women, youth, and peoples with disability, especially considering that many malls and institutions lack pedestrian-friendly disability accessible entrance? Thank you.
MMC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Maluleke. The city of Ekurhuleni is one of the cities that recognizes that poverty, unemployment, and equality remains the pressing socio-economic challenge. Through the DPRE, which is the public employment programs, which is your EPWP and EPEP, and also the skills development, the city adopts a multi-pronged approach that provides short-term to medium-term work opportunities. But also we provide accredited training, and also we provide the enterprise development support initiatives within our space. Now, as the city of Ekurhuleni, the EPEP and the EPWP used as only
is not used only as poverty alleviation mechanism, but also it creates pathways and sustainable livelihoods by linking beneficiaries to skills programs, but also it assists on the economic opportunities and further employment prospects. On 1.1, the follow-up question on the initiatives being implemented. Our response is that the first one is through the sector programs. Second one is the skills development. The third one is the enterprise development. Fourth one is the strategic partnerships. Also the investment facilitation through the public-private partnerships program with investor firms. I would have explained my response. In regards to the sector problems, we implement the labor-intensive projects across sectors, such as infrastructure, social and environment and culture. On the skills development, which is the public employment programs, participants received accredited training, but also they received the practical experience. On the enterprise development, where possible, the city links the beneficiaries to small business support initiatives, but also on the supply chain opportunities to support long-term economic participation. On the strategic partnerships, we collaborate with public entities, your private sector, the stakeholders, your sitters, to ensure the broader exposure, but also to vocational training and also job placement opportunities. On the investment facilitation through the Triple P programs, here we talk to the industrial parks revitalization projects, your cleaning and greening of industrial areas, waste collection infrastructure management programs, absorption of EPEP youth, women and people with disability by the firms, also the enterprise development program through the supplier development opportunities provided by investors in collaboration with the private sector. And then how does the city ensure that its policies and programs are inclusive and responsive to the needs of the vulnerable groups? Our response is that we do that through the targeted recruitment, through our policy alignment, through advocacy and infrastructure, but also through monitoring and reporting. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Maluleke.
Councillor Maluleke.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a follow-up question on 5.3. The accessibility, it is still a challenge. What specific steps is the city taking to address the accessibility challenges in infrastructure projects beyond just building pedestrian-friendly pathways and disability accessible entrance in public spaces? Because if you look at Tsakane Triple C, Tsakane Police Station, Tsakane Multipurpose Center, including the Tsakane Mall, they don't have pedestrian entrances. Thank you.
Nibuya nonke le, so it was the accessibility for people living with disability, ne, Councillor Maluleke?
Yes, Speaker.
Yeah, MMC goes.
Councillor Maluleke. Because me and you are from Tsakane, I think we'll be ibandene Brugwe, take each other there to assess whether there are ramps or not. But ours, as the city planning department, we approve the building plans, and the private sector is the one that would have built them all. But asihambe sizohamba mina naye to assess.
Sure.
Siyabonga, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Maluleke, let's go tabo elitlhakana ko Tsakane Mall. You ask each other about the ramps and all those things. It will assist quite a bit. Councillor S. Ngobes. Councillor Mtau. Kwako Molong. Wena o tlo mo rekela ice cream. Okay, o tla ideclare akere. Thank you. Councillor S. Ngobese to ask MMC Mgwevu.
Asibonge sihlalo somlomo. Sikhuleke naku indlula mthini.
Ale khoni o dira dilo tsele bo bayeteng eng. Councillors, are you serious about your heritage, Mar?
Kungangezelwakhe. Ngibingelele nosobaba wedolobha. Councillor Alderman Xhakaza. The question is directed to MMC Ngwevu. When is the memorandum of understanding between the city of Ekurhuleni and Gauteng, a provincial government, going to be signed in order to fix the traffic lights, especially the one on Snake Road, Phecelezi R23, which is maintained by the provincial government? MMC, sengiyolalela umsakazo.
Yeah, thank you. Siyacela ne councillors, we're in a council meeting ne. Ape some of you are having a chat in currently go koneng engwe is just the two of you. We're going to ask Councillor Dilange. We're in the meeting, please. Councillor Snona. Little robala, Council. Thank you. Councillor Mgwevu, please respond. This Snake Road Gamdan, is that one ya carnival? Yeah, please. And I did send you something on this one. Yeah, the question stands. It's a problem. Yeah. No, but I've asked you before, MMC. Councillor Pretorius has asked you before. The other person from Brakpan is who? No, we've asked you to facilitate. Alderman Nkosi was very proper when he said that she will champion that matter of the sinkhole of Councillor Dlamini in the IGR. Why are you not championing our issue of Carnival City to the IGR? Ngoba kudala sikubuzile. Wonke pendula ukuthi why is that thing still outstanding?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. Maybe let me welcome Councillor Ngobese the question. There is a memorandum of understanding to effect that, Madam Speaker, we have weekly on Fridays intervention meetings with the provincial government as led by the MEC. And our agreement was that the province will continue to maintain the 188 traffic signals which are on the provincial roads, while ourselves as the city of Ekurhuleni will maintain ours. Because this question is also coming for the second and the third time, Madam Speaker, we even indicated previously that as much as we continue to maintain and fix, there's continuous vandalism. The province even went to an agreement, for an example, with Carnival Mall, where Carnival Mall had to assist in fixing that intersection next to Carnival Mall. You can go to it. It's faulty now because they've stolen what seems to be the module that facilitate the functionality of those roads. We even indicated in council that maintenance in isolation to infrastructure protection by ourselves as a city and the province remains a critical challenge. But there is movement regarding, for an example, Carnival City, Carnival Mall intersection. But we will have to intensify security in terms of making sure that we maintain our facilities. But there is a memorandum of understanding. We do engage on weekly basis. We do even give each other updates on the work that would have been done and not have been done. But the challenge that I cannot confirm, Madam Speaker, is that the timelines on when are they fixing their traffic signs in the city entirely, it lies with the province
Madam
itself.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but the MMC is misleading the House. That intersection has been fixed by Carnival Mall themselves.
Wait.
But he never said anything to the contrary, Councillor Glover. He never said anything to the contrary, so what are you correcting there? No, they don't want to claim it. The MMC was explicit that Carnival Mall
And you did not
is
ask
coming
a question.
into partnership with the department
No,
because
but
they can't do that
wait.
independently. It's government
They went
infrastructure.
into partnership, they signed an agreement with provincial.
And
That's
that
what
is
I
what
said.
the MMC said.
But then
You
that
don't
intersection is
listen.
working. Why
You
is
don't
the
listen.
why is the MMC
Councillor
saying that it's
Glover.
not working?
You
It
must
is working.
listen when you are in council, please.
Madam Speaker, if you go to that
You
intersection
must
now, it is
listen when you
working.
are in council.
Listening is a skill.
The
I know, Madam
MMC
Speaker, you
has
must
said
also
that.
practice.
Thank you. You may proceed, MMC.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. There must be order in council because I don't know, she did not ask me a question.
Yeah, no, but that must be
And I was
called
very-
out, just a bit, ne? That must be called out. Councillor Glover, we don't appreciate that. When you are in the council, you must raise your hand and you will be recognized. You can't just jump and say things that are not there.
Madam Speaker,
We
we
don't
appreciate when council
recognize
is
you.
misleaded.
Proceed, MMC. We don't recognize you.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I would have explicitly explained that Carnival Mall
Yes.
and
You don't have to
Pro-
repeat
yes.
it, MMC. We've heard that part.
because procedural, Madam Speaker, you cannot touch our infrastructure without our
Yes,
engagement.
so why
Common
would you
sense.
want to glorify?
Yes. So
the
I'm saying,
carnival?
I'm saying, Madam Speaker, there are engagements every week on Friday to give updates, to engage with the province, and including not only traffic signs, generally including their infrastructure. You will see there will be movements there and there in the provincial roads where, and it's part of that intervention by the MEC's war room that sits, intervention meeting that sits on a weekly basis. And I will also, Madam Speaker, attempt through the departmental leadership of the city to try and get a comprehensive report as to how far is the province, what is it that they would have done, how far are we, what is it that we would have done, so that at least we make it available for council.
Yeah, but you must express that we are very unhappy, MMC. This problem has been going on for a very long time. I think since COVID, if not before COVID. So we're not happy at the speed at which this matter is being resolved. And then we're going to ask that whatever is in that memorandum must be effective and this must work for us. Councillor Da Silva.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. MMC, earlier in 2025, the department was queried about the 2018 forensic report into phase 1 of the BRT. The department requested additional time of 1 month to provide answers, and then no such answers were provided. So my first question is, where is the forensic report into phase 1 of the BRT, and why did the department not table it in council as they committed? And then the sub-question is, who was responsible for answering that question? Why did the report itself never actually serve to council? And if you would be able to furnish the council with an overview of the key findings of the report, as well as perhaps supply the report, would be great. And if you can give us details about how much that report costed, and whether there's the implication that there's any corrupt activities taking place in the development of the BRT.
Yeah, thanks.
So MMC, we're going to ask that, especially for oral, questions for oral response, that our administration take more care in admitting the questions, but please respond if you can.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The department is not aware of any forensic report referred to. We have even inquired with the internal audit. There is no report that has been availed. And also, we are also not aware who was responsible to answer that particular question. As stated, Madam Speaker, the department has not received any report or not aware of any findings. The department has inquired again with internal audit, but the forensic report has not, there's nothing that seems to come up if there is any forensic investigation. The department is not aware of the cause for the report, and the department is not aware of any corrupt activities taking place in the PRT. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think Councillor Da Silva, it was going to assist if you were going, if you quoted the report. Maybe we were going to have a more effective response type of mechanism, because when you say earlier in 2025, it's very difficult for us to even hold the MMC accountable. Are you able to maybe at a later time send questions that are specific to a particular report?
Sure, Speaker, but I would just like to point out that there's plenty of news articles, and the original questions which were tabled in February.
Yeah, no, the
remember-
council does not work on news articles, ne?
But it was an official statement from the city.
Yeah.
So was it the previous government that lied to the press and to the citizens of Ekurhuleni?
Councillor Da Silva, you must be very specific when you're asking so that you assist the process and you are able to get your answers, ne?
Where is the forensic report that the city of Ekurhuleni
you.
publicly said in 2018?
Thank you,
In
let's
fact,
proceed, please,
give
unless
the
you're able
date
to
of
quote
the
it.
meeting that the report was decided on.
The debate won't assist you. I care you want answers.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can't get answers. The MMC has said, we don't know the report, we don't know this, we don't know that, because you have not quoted. We're going to ask you kindly to just quote that specific report so that the MMC can respond. We're asking,
You
Councillor.
asked me to quote a report that I'm asking for. That's what I don't
Item
understand.
number, Khanti, it's an item number. Yeah, please, let's get
I
the
can
item
tell the
number.
date that it was, if you give me a second, I can even give you the date.
The item number,
The
not
decision
the
was
date.
taken at a mayoral committee meeting on the 25th of July in 2018. So that is the report that I'm asking for. And in my original questions, I explicitly said this. So it's not my fault that the department is now coming here and telling us they don't know answers. They don't know
Yeah,
anything.
they don't know, so.
Because
please
somebody's
be
lying here,
specific
because that's why they
and
don't
then
know.
they are
There is
going to
lying
respond
going on.
to you. Thank you.
We're
Alderman
not satisfied with
Lambo,
the questions.
you are going to ask your questions. Councillors, we are going to ask and plead with you that let's leave sensationalism to the sensation.
Point of order,
When,
Speaker. I'm
if
not being
you need
sensationalist. That's out of order,
Answers
Speaker.
to a question, be specific. Because he knows that there's a mayoral committee that said, had he guided the MMC to say, even though I don't know the item number, but go check the minutes of a mayoral committee that said on a particular day, it was going to assist. So we're going to ask that we are progressive in our approach, councillors. If we want answers, we will be progressive in our approach. We're asking.
But Speaker, that
Alderman
information was in the
Mlambo,
original
thank
question.
you.
So I don't know why you
We have given you direction, Councillor Da Silva, that you must go look for the item number or be specific as to where the department must look for answers. Thank you. Alderman Mlambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is directed to MMC Musane. When is the water and sanitation going to permanently fix the sewer that is affecting Metro in Pollock Park and Dalfochi sewer pipe station? Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Msane.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Alderwoman Mlambo, for the question. The sewer affecting Metropolis Park, the problem we are experiencing on these sewer lines is caused by the presence of illegal miners in the veld opposite Matru Street. It is unsafe and challenging for our teams to enter this area as they have been threatened by these illegal miners. It would be appreciated if we could be assisted by the law enforcement or some task force that can remove these illegal miners to allow us to do the assessment of the lines in this area. These illegal miners have damaged the manholes and they even dig to the sewer lines to access sewer water. The department will continue to engage EMPD on the matters of illegal miners that are tampering with our sewer system for assistance. So the long-term solution is to divert this line, Alderwoman Mlambo, but we really need the assistance of a certain task force. However, the Dalfoshere sewer pump station experienced a faulty pump towards the end of 2024, and it was replaced in January 2025, and the station is currently operating. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how do we deal with this one, then MMC Masuku. Do we have capacity in your department to deal with illegal miners, or we must engage the IGR forum?
Thank you very much, Speaker. There is a collaboration of law enforcers dealing with illegal mining. It's not only the department, SEPS is there, your Gauteng wardens are also there because they are deployed here, and the private securities also are there. So it's a collaborative.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to ask that MMC Msane be assisted because they must deal with this matter, and they are stuck. Litlabulela ko mayoral committee, ne? Thank you. And then we are going to request a report on this matter in the next meeting. Councillor Makubo. You are looking very different today, in a very good way.
Angibonge Ndvombi yasekhaya, ngivungulile namhlanje Speaker. Can the MMC provide the total capacity of our reservoirs versus current capacity of all reservoirs of the city as at 1st September 2025? With the summer season approaching and rainwater announcing the impending water shortages across the province, what is the plan for the city to mitigate a state of disaster? What is the OPEX and CAPEX budget for the department? And how many water towers are currently under construction? Where are they based, and what is the expected completion date? How much has the city budgeted for water tankers? How many tankers are contracted, and what is the rate being charged per tanker? Thank you, Speaker.
MMC Msane.
No, thank you, Speaker. I think he also missed the last question, 1.5.
Thank you very much, MMC, for that. How much is the city losing on water leaks, and what plans are there in place to mitigate water leaks and collect lost revenue?
See, you may respond.
Thank you, Speaker, and Siyabonga Councillor Makuba for the questions. The department has an overall total capacity of 978.5 megaliters, which is active. and commissioned reservoir. The councillor will note, Speaker, that in our response to him in January, we reported 1,045, and the reduction in the active currently is due to repairs where we have taken reservoirs out of commission for repairs like the one of Phosphorus, Bedford, and the old Palm Ridge. So that's where the reduction comes in. Now we are sitting at 978.5 megaliters on active and commissioned reservoirs. And the total current capacity as of the 18th and not as of the 1st as per his request is 543.5 megaliters, which is sitting at 55.5% of our overall. And the reason why we gave it up until the 18th of August is when we did the measurements, and we'll do the measurements again as of the end of the month. So the storage percentage differ from day to day due to consumption and the supply that we receive from Rand Water, which is our bulk supplier. With regards to 1.1, the department is currently the only metro in Gauteng that is within its license target of 1,022 megaliters per day allocated by the bulk supplier. The department is currently undertaking water demand management interventions, which include pressure management, reservoir controls on sensitive reservoirs, pressure reducing valves, reduction on systems which have high pressure, to name a few. The interventions are aimed to assist with low consumption due to high demand season to ensure that we have stable supply. If the councillor remembers, Speaker, when we did the opening of council with section 58, we highlighted that we had a meeting with all the metros because they are consuming above their water use license, and Ekurhuleni is the only metro that is consuming below its target. With regards to the budget, 12,595,084,153 is for OPEX, and this is driven mostly by our bulk purchases, which is for the Rand Water and salaries. And then CAPEX budget is sitting at 757,159,000. And then with regards to our water towers that are currently under construction, if the councillor recalls when he asked this information in January, we had 3 towers which were under construction then, and it was the Elden Vase Tower, Tembisa, and the Volkerfontein. However, the other 2 have been commissioned, and we are only left with the Volkerfontein Tower, which we had stated that it will be completed on the 30th of June 2025. However, it has faced a delay, and it will be then completed on the 30th of March 2026, and this is due to payment of contractors, which then requires them to go and procure long lead items. The current 2025-2026 budget for the water towers is sitting at 32,674,586. We have 36 towers, tankers. However, it must be noted that these numbers can increase or reduce as per the demand, and the table of the rates is given below. Now, a small correction, Speaker, with regards to the table. If the councillor can check, we wrote service provider on the columns. It's service provider 1 with the rates below, and service provider 2. We did not put the numbers. Our apology, Councillor Makubo. With regards to question 1.5, the city is losing about 69,769,824 kiloliters of water per year, which translates to an average of 5.814152 kiloliters per month through leaks which are real losses. Now you can imagine if the city of Ekurhuleni, which has non-revenue water sitting at 29% in comparison with other cities which are sitting above 50%, what does that translate to? However, we do have our hands on the pulse, and we are mitigating these losses and will recover potential revenue with several measures that are in place. Average leak detection and repairs to systematically identify and fix burst and background leakages. Pressure management through the installation and refurbishment of pressure-reducing valves, which will stabilize the network pressures, minimize bursts, and reduce background leakages. As highlighted also with the recently commissioned Ililiba Tower, our reservoirs have telemetry, which will assist our reservoir overflow monitoring in order to track water levels and flows in real time, which will then help prevent the wastage through overflows. Education and awareness campaigns to encourage communities to report leaks and practice water-saving behaviors. Pipe replacements to ensure to renew aging infrastructure that contributes to frequent leaks and bursts. Thank you.
Councillor Makubo?
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, MMC. With regards to the Ililiba Tower, I can confirm indeed that it has been commissioned and that residents have started receiving water. We struggled in Tembisa for the past month or so, but we understood that it was because the tower was being commissioned. So thank you very much. And MMC, I think in one council meeting, Action SA once gave you a B symbol. So I think you deserve an A+, including your staff specifically in Tembisa, who are always ready to help, especially with water tankers. Sibonge kakhulu MMC and the department.
Thank you, Councillor Makubo. CS, we are done with the oral questions.
Thank you, Speaker. The next item is the tabling of the reports of the executive, followed by the reports of the legislature.
Madam Speaker,
Councillor Klaas,
I have a challenge, Madam Speaker, in the sense that I feel
sorry?
I have a challenge in the sense that I feel abused when I'm asking questions here in council. I asked written questions last month, and that question was said to be, it will be answered. Actually, it was ignored completely. So I made a follow-up this month that this question be answered. Now, this month I'm told actually it should be written. I'm not sure why it was not answered then. And now I have a written response, but it does not answer the question. So I'm also subject to abuse, like you said earlier on about what happened earlier on with when you use. I'm going to give an example of the abuse so that the executive should really take us seriously, because we want to make use of the responses. I've asked, of the 1,723 individuals who hold a business license.
So, Councillor Klaas, yes, you can't hijack the process the way you want to hijack it. Your question was for a written response. If you are not satisfied with the written response, you shall write back to us or the department that you are not satisfied. That is all.
Okay, perhaps then, Madam Speaker, then may the MMC take note of the answers that have been given, the written answers today, because they don't answer my questions.
Whatever you want to do must be in written form, because you have initiated a written reply process. Because now it will mean that you are abusing us as council.
Madam Speaker, I'm making you aware that we are being abused by the
Yeah, two
executive.
wrongs can't make a right, Councillor Tlas. So once you are abused, you can't want to abuse us. So we're asking that you write, ne? Yeah, we can't abuse each other like this. Okay, thank you. Let's proceed, CS. Okay. EM, are you ready? We must call the mayor. Can you please come and table the question, the items of the executive?
Madam Speaker, let me also acknowledge the whip of council, Alderman Pele Sankunjana, and all the leaders of different political parties in council. Madam Speaker, I hereby present the report of the executive in respect of the ordinary council meeting of today as follows for consideration. In respect of delegated matters, I refer council to the executive items on page 17 to page 18 of the circulated council agenda. And in respect of the non-delegated matters, I refer council to executive items on page 22 to page 6 to 606 of the circulated agenda. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Kagaza. Chair of Chairs, if you may come and table the items of the legislature.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we are on par. We are at idem with the protocols we have observed today. Madam Speaker, I hereby present the legislature reports in respect of the ordinary council meeting of today as follows for consideration. In respect of non-delegated matters, I refer the committee to pages 635 to 706 of the circulated agenda. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. We are on par. Sisonke. Councillors, we are going to take lunch at 1:30, ne? It will be ready by 1:30. They are setting up, ne? Okay, let us proceed, please.
Thank you, Speaker. We start with the delegated items from the executive. The first item is BCom Serve 01-2025, circulated separately on page 4.
I don't have this. It says non-delegated.
Just check the page before.
Oh, the page before. Is this, okay? I didn't limit, they don't have limit. Time. Okay. Thank you. Councillor M. Da Silva.
Good afternoon. So on the surface, this seems to be a fairly ordinary item, but we need to consider what the MEC of Cogta, Jacob Mamabolo, indicated in July when he said that Ekurhuleni had to repay 820,000 rand to the provincial government because, and I quote this from his answer, the amount remained under the following projects was not paid for. So library materials could not be ordered due to unavailability, maintenance of libraries, the contractor experienced cash flow challenges, and there were interruptions from the community. So I'd like to know from the MMC whether the department has a plan in place to address these issues and spend this money correctly. And if there is one, can the MMC please elaborate on it so that council understands fully? Further, can the MMC please take the council into confidence by explaining the details around this agreement that we're supposed to be passing? Thank you.
Thank you, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker.
I just want to make sure that we're on, Become Serve, 01/2025.
We are there on community services, cultural affairs, library and information
Okay, no, that's
services,
fine.
conditional grant
Yeah.
agreement. Jagere, Councillor Da Silva. That's the one. Yes, we're there.
All right, yeah, thank you, Speaker. The challenges that we've experienced in terms of fulfilling 100% of the grant last year was because of late payment of invoices. I've addressed this issue with MMC Tlabati in the mayoral committee, and we agreed that the fund from community services for the libraries will be ring-fenced so that it's not spent on anything else except for the libraries, and that is going to prevent the money being sent back to province for that. But that is the first question that we've got. And then the reason that we've got to get a council approval for this now is because of the city manager previously had to right to sign, but because we don't have a city manager, so we keep on having to renew it, this by allowing the CM to sign so that we can get the conditional grant. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Da Silva. You are satisfied. Councillor Glover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also only have two questions on this item. Will there be transparency on the conditions attached to this funding? And what assurance can be given that every cent will be spent on improving libraries and access to knowledge to all residents, not on promoting the ruling coalition's political agenda? Thus, are there measures in place to prevent political interference? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
MMC.
Yeah, there's transparency. Last year we got 11 million, which was stated in the capex. This year they've increased it to 14 million, and the equitable share is 9.4 million there. So there is transparency in terms of the funds that we receive, and there's transparency in the fact that when we report at the end of the financial year, you will see what percentage of this money was spent in renovating which libraries. And I don't know what she means by political interference, Speaker, so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Councillors, can we allow that this matter be also taken to oversight so that they are finished with these things that are written here? Yeah, on number 2, number 3. So we'll have those four recommendations as amended, ne, on page 5. Thank you. Let's go to the next one, Lazarus.
Thank you, Speaker. We on item B, ComServe 02/2025.
Thank you, Councillor Guerrero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, am I audible? I've also got a mask if you need, Madam Speaker. You know, the air pollution in Ekurhuleni is very
Councillor
bad.
Guerrero, we are not in a circus here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me continue then. MMC, I'm confused that the city of... Madam Speaker, can I be protected?
You started the circus, so I don't know what you want to be protected from.
You know, the worst thing is, Madam Speaker, this feels like it's become a circus, but let me carry on.
Yeah, we're now Boswell in the circus, Councillor Guerrero.
MMC, I am confused that the city of Ekurhuleni has been selected to host the World Environment Health Day. More especially given that the theme for this year is clean air, healthy people. Let me say that again. Clean air, healthy
Ask
people.
your clarity-seeking question.
The event starts today, but it is seemingly as though the oversight members did not get their invites in the mail. Was this by an error, or are you afraid, MMC, that maybe we will be able to tell the world the truth? MMC, can you please clarify the following in preparation for this event? How many of your 10 air quality monitoring stations are currently functioning in the city of Ekurhuleni? Why are 3 air quality monitoring stations, namely Bedfordview, Germiston, and Leon, non-functional? 0 out of the 10 stations are reporting. Is the National Department aware that the city of Ekurhuleni's air quality monitoring stations are non-functional due to the city's inability to secure a tender? When the city accepted this invitation to hold the World Environmental Health Day, did you inform the National Department that you were performing poorly at air quality monitoring and that you subsequently removed all KPIs for air quality monitoring during the adjustment? How can the city of Ekurhuleni, a mining and industrial city, host an event about clean air, healthy people, when it has seemed as though you have abandoned its environmental mandate in terms of air monitoring? Can you, MMC, with pride, say that the city of Ekurhuleni should be proud ambassadors and hosts of this day when our air quality has gone unchecked for almost a year? Will you and the executive be honest when you open this event, which starts today and hopefully will end tomorrow?
Thank you, Councillor Guerrero. Councillors, your appreciation of input on delegated matters should be confined to clarity seeking questions, not speeches and all these things that you are doing, Councillor Guerrero. We've said this many, many times. If Councillor Da Silva can also assist in assisting you, please, we're asking. So the MMC cannot respond to a speech.
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, if I may, this is not a speech, these are questions. I have asked 6 questions relating to air quality.
Yeah, and
I
you can
assure
see
you,
that
Madam
it's
Speaker,
a very unreasonable thing to do,
Madam
Councillor
Speaker,
Guerrero.
facts are facts on the table. Please do remember that the air that you also are breathing is polluted in the city.
Thank
Therefore,
you.
how can we host such? But I'm not finished. May I please carry on?
No, I'm not going to allow you to carry on.
I'm asking questions, Madam Speaker.
I am not going to allow you to carry on. Because I'm not sure if you don't appreciate, we are not in some theater, Councillor Guerrero, we are in council. We are going to ask you to confine yourself to the question, not the speech. Clarity seeking question, the jabs and all the other things that you want to do. You can do
and that's
them
what I've done, Madam
on
Speaker.
non-delegated matters. On this one, we're asking you
And that's
to
what I've done,
ask
Madam
questions directly.
And that's what I've done, Madam Speaker. Am I unfortunately getting underneath the belt?
I am
I'm
going to
affecting
stop you, Councillor Guerrero.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking questions. I'm telling the facts in terms of my questions.
You are telling the facts. That is also asking questions.
I am, Madam Speaker.
I know we are not English, some of us, ne? But we can see where you are just trying to dribble us. Please refrain from that.
Does the truth hurt, Madam Speaker?
Thank you. We are going to proceed. Councillor Glover, please ask your clarity-seeking questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 3 questions. The first one is, why is this item even here? Just for rubber stamping and approval and support, as the event is already ongoing today? Secondly, how can a celebration of this magnitude with this year's theme of clean air, healthy people, be hosted in the city of Ekurhuleni, where this theme cannot possibly relate, as the city's air quality monitoring stations are malfunctioning or non-functional, and the city is riddled with sick people who are failed daily due to an underfunded mandate? My last question, Madam Speaker, how does the city justify hosting and showcasing celebrations for World Environmental Health Day, even if there are no direct financial complications or implications, while its clinics and health department in general continue to struggle to keep their heads above water? with staff and nurse shortages, medicine and medical equipment few and far between, and overall resource shortages galore. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Glover, what was the question? What were the three questions?
It was, the first one is, why is this item here? Because the event is already ongoing, so why do we need to give approval and rubber stamp now? Secondly, how does the city justify hosting it?
But
in
that
these
must have stopped
circumstances?
there. Because
And-
if you're asking why is the thing here, it means you don't want it here.
But why is the item asking for approval and support when it's already ongoing?
What is the problem?
Why? Why is it here then?
It's
This
a
is rubber-
delegated matter to inform you as council.
This is rubber stamping, Madam Speaker.
That is what a delegated matter is, Councillor Glover.
Why then ask for our
We're going to
approval?
ask the council
And why ask
secretary
for
to
the
come
support?
and give you a
Yes,
workshop.
please, Madam
ne?
Speaker, yes, please.
Thank you. MMC, would you like to say something?
Thanks, Speaker. The national government is the one that placed this event here with us today. I don't know why Councillor Tlava and Councillor Guerrero are not happy that the city is getting some tourism. People are going to get revenue.
Because
out
the
of it.
city
No,
is not
no,
clean.
Of course. I'm answering the question. Why must you? Don't howl at me.
Don't howl, Councillor
howl.
Glover, don't howl.
Don't howl. Don't howl.
The MMC allowed you to say whatever you wanted to say. And we also allowed you, and we were not supposed to. So please don't howl at us, and you've been doing this a lot today. Can you please confine yourself to some discipline? Please. MMC?
Yeah, so I don't know why they are not happy that the event is being held here. I have explained to them, the chairperson of the oversight, that we could not get any invites from you because we as the city have not handled anything. They told us how many delegates should come per municipality. So I think the issue is there with my two oversight committee members there that they were not invited to the function. So I will end this, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we're going to ask that this matter also
Speaker.
be taken to the
Speaker.
oversight committee to appraise them on these
Speaker,
matters.
there was a question that wasn't answered. Councillor Guerrero had asked the MMC why the Germiston, Bedfordview and Leondale air quality stations were not working, and that wasn't answered.
I believe if Councillor Guerrero has a follow-up question, he may do that, and he has not done so. So thank you, Councillor
It's not a
Dinaki.
follow-up.
Councillors,
The
we have
question
four
wasn't
questions.
answered again.
We have four recommendations as amended.
Speaker, you said
Whip of council.
questions. We've asked questions.
No,
Whip of council.
I want to answer it. I want to answer it. Speaker.
No, thank you very much,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Just hold on, MMC. Whip of council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we have to emphasize this matter because we must not only raise when it suits us as council. The executive, they have the right to attend the event without inviting Section 79 because we're operating with the separation of powers. But when they feel, they will invite. So it must not be something that is going to make the executive and Section 79 to fight about it here in council. Lastly, Madam Speaker, because we must not only be outcry children, we must commend the executive on behalf of the multi-party because this time they managed to submit the items early and we appreciate for that. Let them continue. Thank you.
Yeah, ngoba kudala sibashaya ne. For a change, siyanibongela leader of executive business. Nike nenza into right, I will write to you.
Madam Speaker.
I want to.
So, Whip of Council, the leader of executive business has requested that we must apologize on I don't know if it's a mistake or if there was no factual information submitted to us at the time we took a decision in the last council meeting. So I have to, from the bottom of my heart, unconditionally, on behalf of this council, request that you forgive us for for not treating you with the nicest, with care and love. We apologize on that era, leader of executive business, and we equally commend you on the job well done in this council meeting. Thank you very much to the executive.
Respond, Speaker.
And Bashayeli Zand.
To this one, Speaker, ne?
Yeah.
I don't mind about the approach. However, what we've raised, or was raised by council in the previous meeting, we've said we wrote several emails to Speaker's office because of the non-compliance of the executive. To that one, we are unapologetic.
No.
They were doing wrong.
Thank you. Thank you, Whip. Our apologies unconditional. Ne, councillors, siyabonga. MMC 2C.
Yes, thank you.
Usafuna ukukhuluma?
Yeah, Speaker, on the issue of the air quality monitoring stations, we have spoken to it on the oversight that Councillor Glover sits on, that the three that are not functioning is because we are waiting for the tender to come through. It was supply chain issues, and we've answered that there. So for Councillor
Madam
Glover.
Speaker, that was Councillor Guerrero's question.
We cannot be.
MMC, just save your breath. It's clear she doesn't want to listen to you.
It was not my question,
Yeah,
it
let's
was
leave
Councillor
it.
Guerrero's
Councillor
question.
Glover. But that's very rude when a Councillor Glover. It's extremely rude.
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to assist.
It's extremely rude that you feel entitled that every time you want to say something,
Madam
you just
Speaker,
press
please
the
don't
mic,
bring
like you're
entitlement
doing right
into this.
now.
It has nothing to
It's
do with
very rude.
entitlement, please.
You are rude.
Madam Speaker, just a moment, please. Councillor Glover just wanted to highlight the point that this.
Thank you. Let's move to the next item. You are very rude, including yourself, Councillor, who just spoke. You are very rude. You must raise, even yourself, when I return back, we are rude. Raise your hand like everyone else, and then we will recognize you as council. You don't have superseding rights that you can just speak in council like that. Yeah, if you want to leave council, you must do so. We can take you out of council if you don't want to comply to the rules of council. You have no rights that supersedes the rest of the councillors in council. There's nothing special that you are doing in the council. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We move now to the non-delegated matters. The first non-delegated matter, Speaker, is ACOM SAF 02-2025 on page 22.
Can you switch off your mic there, Councillor Ingram? Okay, we're going to now speak, councillors, of the time allocation on non-delegated matters. ANC 44 minutes, DA 33 minutes, EFF 16 minutes, Action SA 7 minutes, Freedom Front Plus 4 minutes, and minority parties 3 minutes each. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, colleagues, all protocols observed. The Community Safety Report before us is a compliance requirement that must be approved. Yet shockingly, it is not recommended to serve in the Oversight Committee. This undermines the very principle of accountability and strips Council of its proper role in scrutinizing such a critical matter. The DA cannot accept that community safety, a matter that directly affects the lives and security of our residents, is treated as a box-ticking exercise. Oversight is not optional. It is the mechanism that ensures decisions are credible, informed, and aligned with compliance objectives. We place it firmly on record that bypassing oversight erodes transparency and weakens governance. If this council is serious about compliance, then proper processes must be respected. Community safety deserves nothing less. If we fail to follow due processes, we fail our residents. Compliance without oversight is not compliance. It's simply negligence, and the DA will not stand by and allow that. Speaker, we would like to request that this item be referred to the Oversight Committee for further scrutiny. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Zyl.
Thank you,
Is it Zyl or Van Zyl?
Van Zyl.
Okay, Van Zyl.
Thank you,
Van
Madam.
Zyl, Councillor Van Zyl, you may speak.
Dankie, Madam Speaker.
Thank
I'm
you.
covered, thank you.
Is jy reg?
Madam Speaker, ek is gedek.
Gedek is what? You are enough. Okay,
reg,
yeah.
dankie,
Thank
dankie.
you for that. Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Umuhle namhlanje, Madam Speaker. The ACDP thanks God for protecting the city from major disasters since the Boksburg blast of 2022. We are not well prepared, but this is not all the fault of disaster management. Even COE buildings and facilities are becoming dangerous because of lack of maintenance. The Rondebolt sinkholes have still not been fixed. Zamas are undermining Ekurhuleni while creating their own communities, and just weeks ago, shacks were set on fire in Plastic City in Brakpan. Women and children are now living at the traffic circle because of a situation the city should have prevented years ago. Critical vacancies must be filled. There must be regular drills at national key points and major hazardous installations. Every emergency vehicle must carry the jaws of life. When a vehicle is on fire, there is no time to go and fetch equipment. Illegal electricity connections must also be regularly removed. Regularly, please. And ESCOM must please help us with those in their areas because we're not allowed there. Lastly, the ACDP cautions against signing MOUs with organizations that are linked to terrorist groups. I thank you.
Ngiyabonga mama. Councillor Tim Kwena.
Good day, Speaker covered.
Okay. Councillor James Luli.
No, thank you very much. I think I'm sabotaged. Mama, so in this item sizola mama. Kodwa ungayithatheli inhloko la siyalwa maka kakhulu. Ngiyazi kule item ezayo sizokhona ukuthi sizwane kule lethi intatheli njengoba sigcwele la namhlanje. Fellow councillors and distinguished members of this council, I want to express my profound concern and strong disagreement with this current state of our disaster management services as reflected in an annual report. The evidence before us paints a deeply troubling picture of systematic neglect, resource inequalities, and administrative failure under the political leadership yakho Mama Masuku. Mama Masuku, your administration insufficient procurement of fire engines. Vehicles represent a crisis in emergency response. Fire trucks arriving on scenes without sufficient water is unacceptable. 2 occasions I've witnessed that in Ward 55, Lang Peto Kono Babzigot, and also Ward 50, Lang Peto Kona Ubabungwen. Houses burned, then shops burned, finish and tar. Without those engines, they come without water there. The systematic bias reveals your misplaced priorities and concerning disregard of our most vulnerable communities. When disaster strikes in townships with their dense housing and limited access routes, they need enhanced emergency response, not diminished capabilities. This report represents a damning indictment of MMC Masuku stewardship. City building deteriorate due to chronic maintenance, neglect, insufficient budget allocation has created serious structural problems, electrical faults, and plumbing issues that endanger municipality employees and communities. A high rate of Department of Labor contravention speaks directly to Mrs. MMC Masuku's failure to meet basic safety standards. How can we trust the management of community disaster to MMC Masuku when MMC cannot maintain safe working conditions of the city of Ekurhuleni buildings? The administration secured no budget for major maintenance in sports, recreation, arts and culture departments. This complete absence of funding demonstrates a fundamental breakdown in the budget prioritization. Incomplete fire stations, Ward 50, Ward 55, project waste resources while leaving communities vulnerable. Every unfinished day of under your watch is another day of preventable risk. The high vacancy rate in the disaster management division compounds every challenge. Critical posts remain unfilled while communities face increasing risk. Disaster management is not a luxury service that can function with a skeleton staff. It requires skilled professionals, adequate equipment, and robust system to protect lives and properties effectively. The current vacancy rate under all three these requirements. Fellow councillors, the evidence contained in this annual report demonstrates beyond doubt that the MMC Masuku political leadership has failed to address the fundamental consent and urgent needs of our communities in crisis. The under-resourced township fire services, chronic infrastructure deficiencies, and staffing crisis all points to your inadequate leadership. Our communities deserve fire engines with sufficient water, regardless of location. They deserve infrastructure that prevents disasters, not creates them. They deserve a fully staffed disaster management capable of protecting all areas in our municipalities. Mama Sugu, your administration has failed, and our communities, the time of excuses has passed. Ngiyabonga, nginikhulumele makhansela kuyasho emawodini wenu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama. You may respond. And
Thank you very
equally, please consider
The recommendation.
the submission by Councillor Ingram in terms of the fourth recommendation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to colleagues and all officials present. Madam Speaker, on the recommendation, remember, Speaker, that reports are coming to council with recommendation for council to make resolutions. So I accept that recommendation. There's no harm in it. The report, as the councillor has said, it's a compliance report. And the second councillor spoke of the jaws of life in every car. We tend to speak in council, councillors, as if we don't know the financial status of council. Because heading a department, I think every MMC seated here can attest with me that heading a department, we all want to champion those departments. But there are circumstances that will not allow you. In this case, is finances. Those that who sit in the community safety committee would attest to me, with me here, that when I was first deployed in the department, the first thing I spoke to in the first meeting. It was the jaws of life. But with financial constraints, we can't perform immediately. The third one, Chair of Chairs, ukhuluma nge-procurement. Chair of Chairs, I said a lot of things, Speaker. But the actual question, angizange ngiyithole kahle. But however, because ubale nama buildings, ubala no gas and all those things. But where's ubale only the negatives in the department. There is no positive, not even one that he counted. But all I'm saying to him as well, without the budget, that is enough. You would know what will happen. Because budget champions everything. We are not yet 100% as a city financially, but moving to that right direction, yes, we do prioritize, but everything that is service delivery, it has to be prioritized. So there is no way you can stretch a limited budget to everything, but prioritize, as you are saying. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC councillors. We have 4 recommendations as amended on page 24.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on ACOM Serve 03-2025.
Thank you, the Mayor of Germiston, Councillor Mpambane.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The African National Congress caucus notes this report and accepts its recommendations. This rectification is both timely and progressive because it seeks to achieve the following. And hence,
Just a bit, Councillor Mpambane. Councillors, the council is being streamed live, ne? So all those things that you are doing are out there. I just want to maybe share with you. Thank you. Proceed.
no, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You'll forgive me, my voice is in a problem. I thought perhaps on the beginning, when you're doing congratulations, you'll congratulate me to represent the city. We are up 10 kilometers yesterday, so I'm strained. As a result, the voice is struggling. As I continue, Madam Speaker. Oh, but I'm a councillor by a Speaker. The African National Congress caucus notes this report and accepts its recommendations. This rectification is both timely and progressive because it seeks to achieve the following: enhance and expand the city's revenue streams, stimulate the local economy and allowing vendors to sell and trade during the festive season, promote access for residents who wish to enjoy our facilities and host events during this period. Madam Speaker, we must appreciate that Ekurhuleni is blessed with some of the most beautiful parks, lakes and dams in Gauteng, such as Germiston Lake, Benoni Lake and Drisnemand, to name a few. For too long, their optimal operation have been disrupted, first by COVID-19 pandemic and later by the instability brought about by changes in government during this political term. Today, we welcome this intervention because it restores the festive vibrancy of our city over and above stimulating the economy and enhancing revenue. This measure will also strengthen social cohesion amongst our residents, bringing families together, encouraging safe recreation, and opening space for community events that unite rather than divide. Fellow councillors, in supporting this progressive step, the ANC caucus also calls
Phuza manzi. And clear your throat. Take your time, council. You are the mayor here. We are all under you. So take your time.
The voice is failing me, Madam Speaker, but as I continue, fellow councillors, in supporting these progressive steps, the ANC caucus also calls on the executive to ensure that proper maintenance, adequate security, and sufficient personnel are invested in our facilities. These measures will make our parks attractive, safe, and welcoming for residents, ensuring they are hired out more often, and they are they fulfill their role as true assets of the community. Madam Speaker, this item reflects foresight and leadership. It proves once again that under the ANC cooperative government, decisions are being made not only to balance books, but also to rebuild community life and stimulate our local economy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Van Zyl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus cannot support this item. We believe that opening up the public spaces for festivals and events from the 24th to 27 December primarily generates revenue for the cities, creates increased criminal activities, fights, and the use of fireworks, all of which negative affects our residents. Additionally, our metro police are stretched thin, required to maintain visibility at these events, which deserves for the core duties and safeguarding of all residents. For these reasons, we cannot support the proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Jimashian.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF fully supports that the Parks and Cemeteries Division to amend Schedule 24, particularly the removal of the outdated closure wording that previously restricted operations between the 24th to the 27th of December. This change reflects a more inclusive, responsive, and community-oriented approach to how we manage public spaces during one of the most active and celebratory times of the year. Parks are a vital community asset, especially during the festive season, when families, cultural groups, and event organizers seek accessible, safe, and welcoming venues. The previous closure wording unnecessarily limited opportunities for celebrations, recreations, and economic activities, particularly for communities that rely on public spaces for year-end gathering and events. By removing this restriction, we empower residents and stakeholders to plan and host events that foster a social cohesion, cultural expression, and local tourism, while this will enable the city to collect the much-needed revenue. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. MMC Tusi.
Thank you, Speaker. The comments are noted. Thank you. But we are still going on with it. Sorry, what's the councillor there? Van Zyl. The people need to celebrate. The city needs to generate revenue from these spaces during our festive season. So I think this is a very good thing for the city. Thank you.
Yeah, so the parks must be opened to the people. Councillors, we have 5 recommendations on page 110.
Thank you, Speaker. On item ACOP 28-2025 on page 147.
Thank you, councillors. As promised, we may take our hour's lunch. I will see you at 2:30. Thank you.
where purpose finds passion. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures.
Let's settle down, please, councillors. Let's settle down. Thank you. Let's settle down. We are going to request that that caucus must disperse. Councillor Chabalala. You are on the wrong side of your. I know you are wearing green today, but you are on the wrong side. Okay. Councillors, let's settle down. Please, Chairperson Mketsu, go to your seat, please. Le caucus elapha emuva yaseThembisa, please. Can you close the door there at the back? Chair of Chairs, I'm sure you're going to settle down.
No, this,
Councillors, we are about to go on recess. Please just take it easy. Okay, siyacela Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Madam Speaker, while we recognize the importance of strengthening the administration, MMC, we must raise serious concerns about timing and governance as we previously have. Firstly, MMC, the city currently has no permanent city manager, who in law and practice is the accounting officer and head of this administration. Can you tell us, MMC, what is your department's thinking to appoint a COO, which has a senior support role to the city manager in the absence of that leadership? Do you still think, MMC, that this is a necessary action to take now, or can it be delayed? The COO's role is designed to complement, implement, and operationalize the vision of the direction of the city by supporting the city manager. Without the city manager in place, this appointment, MMC, we believe, risks being misaligned, redundant, and without accountability. Secondly, the filling of senior positions must be guided, MMC, by good governance and cost efficiency. Advertising and filling the COO post now, while the most critical vacancy remains unfilled, raises legitimate questions about priorities and the use of limited resources. Madam Speaker, we are not opposing strengthening this administration, but we insist that we look at sequence matters. In essence, MMC, fix the leadership before the support structure. Let us prioritize the appointment of a credible, permanent city manager before considering the COO post. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pretorius. Councillor Zita.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Action SA welcomes the advertisement of the position of Chief Operation Officer in the Office of the City Manager. This is a critical development, and we emphasize that a proper selection panel must be appointed to ensure transparency and accountability. This appointment must fully comply with the Municipal System Act provisions governing an appointment of senior managers. The role of the COO is central to the functioning of the administration. It is about driving efficiency, coordinating operations across departments, and ensuring that the strategic direction of the city is translated into real, tangible service delivery for our residents. Speaker, we must not forget the confusion that surrounded the position in the past. The experience should serve as a reminder to us all the need of established clear mandates, transparency processes, and firm commitments to compliance with the law. If handled correctly, Speaker, this appointment can become a cornerstone of professional, ethical, and efficient local government. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zita. Councillor Shabalala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Following the approval of the institutional review organogram of the city by this very council, the ANC caucus would like to note and warmly welcome the request by the department to advertise the post of Chief Operations Officer under a permanency regime as required by legislation. The city has been without a COO since the 2019-2020 financial year. Since the 2019-2020 financial year. And having such a critical function left vacant will most likely create further administrative challenges. Despite some of the controversies which have marred this office, it remains particularly important for the strategic and operational execution of key service delivery functions for the city of Ekurhuleni. Coupled with this need is the proposed key capabilities which were recommended by the MEC of COCTA for the office of the COO, thus intensifying the compelling need for the vacancy to be filled. Of course, the COO resides in the office of the city manager, and we are glad that the process to appoint a befitting person to that office is effectively underway. The advertisement of the COO post will only strengthen our administrative capacity going forward and will take the city of Ekurhuleni back to its glory. We must therefore implore that when council and its respective members and caucuses execute their duties in approving the advertisement, appointing the selection panel, and ultimately the appointment of the COO, we must vehemently oppose any attempts to politicize, scandalize, or in your words, Speaker, to sensationalize a process that council will be seized with performing diligently. We must ensure that council performs its work objectively and without any undue influence. We raise these issues, Speaker, because we are aware of where council comes from regarding this particular issue, and we must encourage council and or its members not to be tempted to find themselves at the center of controversy, but rather to provide ethical leadership and ensure that the essential offices are up and running in the interest of the residents of this city as well as the institution itself. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chabalala. Councillor Matsi.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. As the EFF would like to note and welcome the report, understanding that the Chief Operations Officer is a funded position and it's strategic in ensuring that the municipality achieves its strategic objectives outlined in the GDS, the IDP, and other planning tools. So let's also acknowledge the composition of the selection panel, as always proposed by the EFF. Finally, a superior logic prevails. However, Speaker, our concern is on recommendation number 7. It's incorrect to say that HR must submit a report to council on the appointment of the COO within the prescribed time frame, because council is the one that gives the final approval on the appointment. So in the recruitment process of sections 56 managers, which is governed by the Municipal Structures Act, in a formal procedure, starting with the consultation with the city manager, thorough assessment of candidate skills and competencies against prescribed requirements, and final approval by council before the appointment. So we just wanted to get clarity on that, because it's saying council will be, HR will bring a report to council on the recruitment. So we just wanted to clarify that it must be prior the appointment. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matsi. Councillor Okiyana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. The AIC support this item. We are happy to see that the COO position finally being advertised.
Section 57(6) on page 155. If you can just give us clarity on that, because here we are dealing with the appointment of a section 56 manager that reports directly to the municipal manager or the city manager. And then here you have quoted a section that does not align with the appointment of the section 56 manager, but that of the municipal manager. Can you just speak to that as well? And then equally speak to what Councillor Matsi has raised in terms of recommendation number 7, where it says the Human Resources Department be authorized to submit a report to council on the appointment of the Chief Operations Officer within the prescribed time frame. Council is the one that appoints this person. So just give us clarity there, or what do you mean in terms of what Councillor Matsi has asked? Then we can proceed. If you can clarify those two issues first. If the section quoted there is incorrect, we must put the correct section, and then you clarify that recommendation, please.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there it is an error. It's supposed to say section 56. It's an error on that one. I apologize for that. Then also comes to the recommendation number 7. That is that Human Resource Department be authorized to submit a report to council on the appointment of the, I think also there, yes. No, just to say the council.
Council
Yeah,
appoints
yes, it's
the,
council that appoints, then
yes,
the HR will just submit the recommendations to council
Yes.
for appointment.
okay,
Yes.
okay.
Then also, can I respond to others?
Yeah, now you can respond to others. So we have corrected that
Yes,
the
yes,
section, it's section 56, whichever subsection applies. And then in terms of that, that recommendation as well is that the HR will only submit a process, not the appointment. Council does the appointment.
Yes.
Yeah, then
Yeah,
you
correct.
may respond to.
Okay. No, Speaker, all I wanted to say is that this position has been long overdue. Hence, we need this critical position, Madam Speaker, to be filled. So we are here today to request Council to give us permission to advertise this position, and also to select the selection panel. Madam Speaker, this process will assist with the leadership capabilities and investment, improvement of service delivery and productivity. So it is important, Madam Speaker, that we must make sure that when there are these critical vacancies, we must make sure that we fill them as mandated by the regulations, Madam Speaker. So therefore, Madam Speaker, the council must proceed and fill these critical vacancies, as it is going to assist us to improve service delivery. And I note all the comments and input that were made by councillors, so I plead with councillors to give us the go-ahead to advertise this position. Thank you.
Asking us.
Oh, sorry, to maybe to come
You're
on the
asking
other-
us nicely.
Yes, or maybe to come to.
Then you must respond to
yeah.
putting the cart before the horse.
Yes, no, I just wanted to come to respond to Councillor Brandon Pretorius to say, yes, now we are requesting to advertise. I know the processes of the city managers, it's underway. It was advertised, closed. Then I think the selection are underway. So we'll make sure that we comply with all the laws. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, okay, come in again.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm definitely not starting a dialogue. I just want some clarity either from MMC or perhaps from the executive. But just on the question, Madam Speaker, that states that council will appoint the COO position. Can the MMC perhaps just advise in which regulation does it advise so? Because I understand that as council we create the position according to the organogram and we ensure that there's budget for it. But the appointment of the COO position, a senior manager, gets done through the city manager as far as the research which I've done. So I just want to see that regulation so that I can understand that, because what we are now saying is that the recommendation which is wanting to add says that council will appoint the COO. So that is why we've based the argument on the fact that the city manager is not appointed. We don't have a permanent city manager, yet we want to appoint a COO which must be appointed by the city manager according to our understanding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, no, I think the MMC has clarified that the process how we appoint Section 56 managers is the same, Councillor Pretorius. It comes to council. He did say that.
Apologies, Madam Speaker, 100%. If the MMC can then just perhaps forward that regulation, Madam Speaker.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, councillors. We have 8 recommendations on page 151 to 152. Councillor Pretorius?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'd just like to record our vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We now move to items of the development planning and real estate. First item is item A, DP and RE 16/2025.
Thank you. Councillors, maybe let me start by apologizing that we are probably going to be wasting the council's time in looking at these items in this manner. We were not advised properly. These items were naturally supposed to directly go to the oversight committees, and then the inputs will come in afterwards. But since it is done like this, we're just going to proceed and allow councillors to give their inputs. But all these items should essentially have been sent to the oversight committees. Councillor Molebatsi?
Kyalebo Speaker, I'm covered since they want to come to oversight.
Thank you. Alderman Mlambo?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The ANC caucus notes this item and supports its recommendation. This resolution affirms the role of council in the disposal of municipal assets in line with section 14.2 of the MFMA. This matter highlights the importance of compliance with the law and reinforces the principle that municipal assets must always be managed by transparency and accountability. Fellow councillors, we acknowledge the department for finalizing this matter as it protects the interest of our city and addresses wrongdoing regardless of the level of office involved. As the ANC caucus, we trust that this resolution will send a clear message. Due process cannot be bypassed, and attempts to undermine the proper management of municipal property will not be tolerated. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herbst, R. Herbst.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I'll deliberate the rest in oversight as well, but with the deposit due to be credited as noted, clarity will be needed on the refund mechanisms and any interest charges on the 2006 deposit and the 2012 payments to be included in that when it comes to this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor J. Maraba.
All right. No, thanks, Speaker. Since the item is referred to oversight, I don't think there's a need to speak to it.
Thank you. MMC, would you like to say something on what was said by Councillor Herbst and Alderman Mlambo?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to note all the comments made by the councillors. And Madam Speaker, one needs to clarify this because it seems as if the rules of council are changing every day. Because the items need to serve in council first before they go to oversight. It can't be that as an MMC, I'll come up with an item and send it to oversight without it serving in council. It's some.
Right now, it's a Wednesday workshop. Please respond to the input.
No, I think I need that workshop because, Madam Speaker, things are starting to change. You must workshop me definitely on the new style of running things. I'm noting what Alderman Lambo is saying, and
the question from Councillor, can you please repeat it for me on the interest?
The refund mechanisms, Councillor Herbst.
Oh, yes, thanks, MMC. It's just on the refund mechanisms for, a deposit was already paid by the purchaser. Now we know that that deed is void, and the mechanisms of how we're going to repay it, if there's any interest and so forth, for the 2006 deposit, and that subsequent payment that happened in 2012. Thank you.
Yeah, on that one, remember Mr. Nkosi, was given that portion of land. He was also supposed to pay the rates and taxes to the city.
Councillor Mashianoke.
Of which he didn't honor that, but he would have paid a deposit to the city. And the processes were not followed properly because the land was given to him without proper processes. In fact, that land was supposed to be given to him through council authorizing that. But we'll have to refund him the 22K as the council. Thank you.
So MMC, this is a very interesting thing. We have a case there in Villa Lisa where people have massive land and then others started to build, others are stopped and all that. So you are saying that if a person enters into a relationship with the municipality, of course, I'm always on the speaker's list, possibly unlawful arrangement with the municipality, and then you have ways to refunding them if there is some, because the basis of that thing is unlawful.
The unlawful purchasing of land must be dealt with unlawfully. On this specific one, it's us that processed the lease to Mr. Nkosi without following proper processes. The oversight committee said, let's give Mr. Nkosi this land without council giving that authority to sell that land to him.
So should we not recoup the monies from the person who is responsible for advising that?
That's why we're bringing the item here and the recommendation that says the city manager have to deal with all the processes in regards to this item. Because, an official, including the committee, decided to sell to the land, to the Mr. Nkosi. Now it's us that are wrong.
Yeah, so it means the officials and the committee must pay the money. It's not expressed here.
So that committee akudala, that's why, Madam Speaker, these items need to come to council first and be dealt with to council. Because when
you are going back now.
Oh, I ask this. But I'm just saying it was wrong. The city manager, you have to deal with all those processes.
Yeah, but we must express, Alderman Berg, that the monies must be recouped from the committee and the person.
Not this. So batata pila babantu baka 2002. So batata pila babantu baka 2002.
Yeah, they must pay back.
Yeah, no, thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity. I think in all fairness, what the item seeks to address is that the land was actually disposed without following due processes of council. Because it is council that must give the final approval of the land disposal. So it has been found that that process was never followed. And therefore the department is saying that this must be void. Now, in voiding it, 22,000 was already paid by the buyer. So we have an obligation as we void to pay back that 22,000 to the buyer so that we retain our land and subject it to a due process, which now the current market valuation says that the land is about 712,000. So the money was paid into the city's bank account. It's the city that must return it back and keep the land so that we don't confuse council. Thank you.
No, Alderman, that one we understand it and we hear it. But facts are facts. We have many people here in the city that are selling our land without proper authorization. So what happens to those people? I agree we must pay the 22,000, but we must recoup it from someone. So it must be expressed here. Councillor Maraba?
No,
Yeah.
no, Speaker, I wanted to check if Alderman Clavati is on the speaker's list because.
Aye, man.
Yeah, no,
Alderman Maraba.
No, Speaker, Alderman Clavati cannot speak on behalf of an item that comes from the.
Aye, when Alderman Maraba, you are missing the point.
Councillor Maraba.
I bengifaka nje. No, Councillor Maraba, ne? When, like I asked, even Councillor Ngwenya there, I think he hears me, and Councillor Manamela, I think they can hear me. That's why earlier, when Councillor Mashianoke raised that issue of Mang was supposed to send what, I said, don't read rules in isolation. As the chairperson of council, there is discretion that I'm allowed to exercise in order to ensure the smooth running of council. Councillor Dlabati was adding to what Alderman Nkosi was saying, the context of the money, which is what we were asking, because he's finance, he's able to elaborate further. So if we have a query that is not related to him, another MMC can respond. Rakwana ker. Alderman Berg, I'm sure you're going to agree with me.
I agree with you, Madam Speaker, and I think the recommendation must talk that impact recoup that money for us.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Metro from the community, because impact is there to recoup money. But we must put it in the recommendations.
Can we request that MPEC or whatever needs to deal with this matter? It must be recouped. Where is the money going to be recouped from? You are refunding him. So what did we lose, Rina, with this transaction? There's no such a thing. Money can go in and out and you don't lose anything. No.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Mashianoke.
Thank you very much.
I'm waiting for Councillor Maraba to say you can't speak, Councillor Mashianoke.
No, Speaker, I'm saying in this incident, it can't be correct for us as a city to say we only owe that person who was using this land for all that period. So the person was using the land which he bought it fraudulently, and then now we can't just sit and say it's only the person seller who benefited out of the situation.
Give your recommendation, Councillor Mashianoke. Everyone is submitting.
Yeah, so I'm saying at the end, because you are even interrupting before I can finish.
Yeah.
We either have to, as a council, to agree that we are sending this item to, either way, the money must be recouped. We can't just say, no, we are giving the person money, the person who just bought something illegal. So there must be, the person was using the land all along.
Yeah.
Until it was realized.
100%. We are looking for consequence management. Whether it, Councillor Madlala, Paula, all of us have a right to express ourselves in the council. And we have a right to consult with each other so that we come to the correct decision. So disciplinary measures must be implemented in terms of this person. So whichever body needs to do this is the one that we must say, whichever body or supervisor, city manager must investigate the conduct of this person. Whip of council?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we can't say that there are no financial consequences.
Yeah.
What we need to do, we have to recommend this item to be properly scrutinized by the oversight, then it will come back.
Yes, however, we need to give direction to the oversight in terms of the issues of consequence management. We can't leave this matter lying because there are many people that have done this. Can we ask to be assisted with the English? Alderman Dlabati?
Yeah, no, Speaker, if you check on, if you check on 159, it says on the 10th of January 2006, the Executive Director, Corporate and Legal Service approved the alienation of the property at that purchase. So if there's any person that consequence management must be meted, is that Executive Director at the time?
Yeah.
Because it was never a subject of council approving it.
Yes.
So this is the person we must actually locate. And
Yeah, let's speak the English and put it in a recommendation.
no, the recommendation as they are sufficient because the money was paid into the city's bank and the city is the one that must pay it back and keep its land.
No, but we must say consequence management must be applied to any person who's responsible.
Is that one? And
The
it's not
leader
by
of
the system.
executive business.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I thought you would take the cue from the whip of council. Allow it to go to oversight, then let it come back through the oversight process with its additional recommendations, without us having to tamper with the recommendation. Let's allow it to go the way it is. Then the oversight will therefore make a determination if there is a need for other recommendations when it comes back to council.
Yeah, you see where you are getting it a bit skewed, leader of executive business. You are saying if there's a need, the council is saying there's a need. We're giving direction to the oversight committee. So we are clear that in the recommendations, the oversight committee must look at issues of consequence management, must look at the issue that the whip has spoken of. That is what we are saying. We are not saying oversight might do its own oversight in the manner in which it usually works, but we are specific here that we want a report that speaks of financial mismanagement or misconduct as well as the consequence management that it needs to do. I don't know if that will be factored into the minutes. We can just stop at number 4 to say it must be referred to oversight committee. Akiri, you said you are agreeing with the whip. What were you agreeing to? Aye. Thank you, councillors. We have 4 recommendations on page 169 as amended.
A, DP, and RE 17/2025.
Thank you for recommendations. Is this one also recommended to go to the oversight committee? Is it 4 is fine? 5 recommendations on page 265 as recommended.
A, DP, and RE 18/2025.
Thank you. 5, leader of executive business, Yacela, please. 5 recommendations as amended on page 322.
A, DP, and RE 19/2025.
Thank you, councillors Kosana.
No, thanks very much, Speaker. As we note the report, we have to just raise some concerns with this lease agreement that is going to take place here. Because now the city has taken another posture of agreeing to things on principles because there's certain revenue to be collected as claimed according to the report. However, this should not be the presidency that is set out by the council to agree on such, because we'll come next day or the next council sitting and say we've got a standing principle resolution that we can agree on this lease agreement based on that principle, and then all of us, we should be accepted. So it's only a matter of cautioning the council. Thanks very much.
Thank you. You are cautioned. Alderman Kosi?
Okay, thanks, MMC Speaker. I note the comment.
Okay, you are cautioned.
That we're all cautioned.
Yeah.
Yes.
You must take the caution on our behalf. Thank you, councillors. We have 8 recommendations on page 346 to 348 as amended.
A, DP and RE 2025.
Councillor Gobi?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Mr. Meyer, on the grounds of the new Benoni Plaza stood the Carnegie Library, the Benoni Municipal Buildings and a bus shelter. After these lovely buildings were demolished, it was replaced with the current plaza, which was once a thriving place which one could go and enjoy outings, especially on a Saturday morning, with the popular morning markets that drew crowds from all over Gauteng, where people enjoyed the music that filtered the air. Here, all Benonians with different cultures, different customs and skills were drawn together by the common bond of living and working in one of South Africa's most advanced towns. Our lovely bus centre was a favourite rendezvous for many of our scholars and students, me being one of them. The Publicity Association was attached to the centre in the 1980s. They promoted tourism, sold souvenirs and arranged trips around Benoni. What has happened? It is now the worst place to visit or let alone rent. Even our icon, Benoni called Tranquility, a bronze statue that was at the Cranbourne entrance to the plaza, was stolen and never replaced. Strange that it went to the Benoni Museum and walked out the back door as well, and the municipalities never found it or bothered to look for it. Perhaps the ANC and EFF can start by giving the plaza a facelift or initiate it with the current tenants, which can attract people to visit it once more. There can be an inspection every 3 to 4 months to see that the place is in good and in satisfactory conditions as stipulated in the lease or face a fine. This way, all potential and new tenants will flock to rent a place and be proud of being part of. Each tenant can keep the area clean and tidy, respectful, and in this way attract more business to the advantage. People would want to shop there and make it a buzzing centre once more. Lastly, what is meant by recommendation 4E? The leasee shall not be allowed to sublet or use a property for other higher purposes. Can we have some clarity on this? Come on, Mr. Mayor. Let's start loving and respecting our town again. Yesterday was Heritage Day. Let's give Benoni back the heritage that it started with. Thank you.
Alderman Kos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we've brought this item to council for us to bring back our heritage and make sure that tourism is boom again within the city of Ekurhuleni. But Madam Speaker, all these recommendations as they are fine. There's nothing that will alter here and allow what Councillor Gobi is saying. But I note the comment that she's making. Thank you. Want to bring back Benoni Plaza to be the place for everyone to live and enjoy it, not what she's saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Allow altering of the lease agreement. It will be wrong. each and every lease application has its processes that needs to be followed and documentation to be done. But also, I can't allow everyone to alter or anyone to alter what is agreed upon within the lease. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, you don't have those powers, do you? Thank you, councillors. 9 recommendations on pages 409 to 410 as amended.
A, DP and RE 21 of 2025.
Councillor L. Joseph. Also from Pinoni.
Also. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. This item is of deep concern to myself and to my residents. What we have before us is yet another example of the city failing to apply its own rules consistently and transparently. The report claims that the transaction is under 10 million rand, yet in the same document it clearly states that the lease value over 30 years is 29.3 million. That is not a rounding up error, it is clearly 3 times the threshold. And the document does not state that the lease will only stay at a mere 9 years, 11 months. It calls for the maximum of 30 years. By law and by policy, anything over 10 million rand requires full oversight and public participation. But this administration is attempting to slip it through as if it is a minor transaction. This is not an oversight, this is evasion. Secondly, the valuation is not proportionate. We are told this is being reduced under the banner of social services. Yet what about other social services leases or sporting leases across the city that will be paying far higher for smaller spaces? Here we are proposing 14,881 rand a month for a 20,700 square meter piece of land. Where is the fairness? Where is the consistency? Thirdly, not all departmental comments were even received before this came to council. How can we approve a lease with incomplete information? Whether it's 9 years, 11 months or 30 years, this is irregular and premature. And lastly, this is not neutral land. The proposed development includes a multi-use facility, including a place of worship on a major provincial road in a residential area. That has significant consequences for traffic, noise, and community cohesion. Over 200 residents have already signed a petition for proper public participation. Their voices cannot be ignored, and if the city has nothing to hide, why not allow for the public participation? Speaker, this council is entrusted with safeguarding the city's assets. If we allow this kind of creative accounting of pretending that 29 million is under 10 million, we set a dangerous precedent. I cannot support this item as it stands, and I respectfully call for it to be referred back to the Oversight Committee for full and thorough scrutiny, proper public participation, fair and consistent valuation, and complete departmental inputs before it returns here. I also expect clarity that a fair and transparent bidding process will be advertised. Anything less would be dereliction of our duties to the residents we serve. Thank you.
Councillor Hebst.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whilst the Freedom Front Plus supports the intent of this item, the problem we are having really with this item is specifically the way it states on page 427 that it's going to be leased for a minimum compensation, whereas we feel that it should be market-related rental. You already noted this item will go to oversight as well. So other points that I wanted to raise, I'll handle that within oversight. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor Yates.
Covered, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, everybody. Madam Speaker, according to Muslim theologian Al-Sheikh Mubashir Ahmad Rabbani, I quote, demolishing a mosque goes against the command of the Prophet. Mosque may be moved, but only if there is an agreement that is necessary. This makes it unwise for the city to sign a lease for land on which a mosque is to be built. In fact, mosques should only be built on a land that is privately owned. The policy of the city is not to sell its land. Therefore, it cannot lease this portion of land in Rhinefield for the building of mosque. It would be understandable if the item seeks to build an interim structure or a mobile structure, because building a mosque needs specifics, and it will be difficult after some 30 years or 9 years to remove the building. So ACDP does not support this item, and also recommend that it must be taken back to oversight for better scrutiny. Thank you.
Alderman Nkosi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I've noted all the comments made by the councillors, but the recommendations as they state, Madam Speaker, must remain as they are. But also, Madam Speaker, if one checks on page 426, is that we bring this item for us to get rights to use and control the municipal assets that is less than 10 million and that are longer than 36 months. Madam Speaker, that is why we would have brought in a lease policy that has extended our leasing period to council in order for us to cut the issue of the 9-year, 11 months leases for the investors to be able to invest in our space for a longer period. But I want to note all the comments that were made by councillors in this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We have 9 recommendations on pages 437 to 438 as amended.
Madam Speaker,
Alderman Berg.
on what the ACDP said, we are on dangerous ground here. I'm not going to debate this, but I'm going to record my item because in 9 years' time, I'm still going to be here. I'm going to recoup that money from the councillors.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Councillor Dinake.
please record our vote against the item.
Thank you.
Likewise, please speak if it doesn't go to oversight for coming back to council. Thank you.
Excuse, Councillor Herbst.
As well recorded against the item, please, ma'am.
Yeah, no, thank you. The item, can we go to the next item, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're now on item A, DP and RE 22-2025.
We have, we have 8 recommendations on pages 469 to 471 as amended.
A, DP and RE 23-2025.
Thank you. We have 9 recommendations on pages 526 to 527 as amended.
A, DP and RE 24 of 2025.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Overall, the DA cautiously welcomes this item. It has been an extremely long time coming. Unfortunately, while we wait and hope and fight for a responsible decision to be made, the degradation of this beautiful space continues unabated. The park must remain a park. It must remain a natural space where children may learn of the beauty and resilience of nature, where families may spend quiet leisure hours enjoying the natural scenery and possibly even wildlife. Bedford View and its surrounding mountains and open spaces still, in spite of severe pressure of densification, is still home to animals like dussies, jennets and serval cats, and a vast array of bird life. this without support from the city. The city has shown clear preference for commercial zones by entertaining rogue officials that have implemented a structure against our own bylaws. That is the giant billboard at Galuli's. This shameful edifice still stands. This item focuses largely on proposed commercial enterprises. While it is understandable that a suitable tenant must be attracted with viable investment potential, the balance needs to be found between creating a noisy marketplace and preserving the natural ambience of ever-dwindling biodiversity. Our city officials may be surprised to understand how much such a space would be valued by our communities. It is also concerning that our would-be tenant is not only being expected to invest astronomically, but he is being instructed at every turn exactly how he can and cannot develop his investment. I have watched over the years as several attempts, similar attempts, to engage investor tenants have failed. The resilience of nature needs to be wholly acknowledged as part of the future partnership. Respect for our natural world is all but gone. Endorsement of that principle alone will go a long way to guiding our way forward. That a public-private partnership needs to be entered into to rescue our lovely Galuli's farm is clear. It is my most ardent request that our city make the most of this opportunity to restore this undeniably iconic park to our deserving communities.
Councillor Herbst.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the
Just a
public
bit.
participation completed, this project can create jobs, add amenities being their intended botanical gardens, and improve the city-owned land. However, to approve responsibly, Madam Speaker, can we please have tabled with this resolution short objections or responses digest, the public access guarantees, and a clear revenue model with risk allocations. With those in the pack, Madam Speaker, the Freedom from Place will comfortably to approve the advance and support of the Galuli's families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mayekiso. Councillor Ngotwana.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The AIC welcomes this proposal because it reflects forward planning and responsible governance. This lease at Giluli's farm is aligned with the executive mayor's.
But beningahlalanga ku mayoral committee na khuluma ngale ndaba.
Oh, Kulmeli party manje.
Hayi.
I speak.
Hayi.
Oh,
Who's the whip of the AIC?
speak.
No. Who's the whip of the AIC?
Councillor.
The whip must speak. Because it's not Alderman Ngotwana who's on the speaking list. It's Councillor Mayekiso. So akekho uMayekiso mele khuluma whip of AIC. Why need to high Alderman? Eh? You are the president. Alderman Ngotwana. Bebasichazela ngemithetho Alderman Mashianoke. Councillor Mashianoke bekasishayela ekuseni, you never protected us. It doesn't say, the rules don't say party leader, they say whip. No. Councillor Mayekiso, whip must speak of the AIC. Ngizogcina ngawe whip was prepare. Councillor Sinona.
No, thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes.
The African Transformation Movement was founded on the principle of putting people first, particularly South African citizens first. The marginalized, the unemployment, and the poor, in this case of Galuli's farm, I see exactly that principle at work. Speaker, the ATM approach every matter on land with caution because the land is the heritage of our people and must always be protected. In this case, we are not selling the land, we are securing its future. The properties remains in the hands of the municipality, but though this property will be reserved, developed, and put into good use for our communities. For too long, Galoli's farm has been neglected, Speaker. Buildings have decayed, and the site has become a liability instead of a resource and asset. This lease gives us an opportunity to change that. This lease will carry the cost of maintenance, security, while the city secure more than 134 million in revenue over 30 years. Speaker, as the ATM, we just hope that this project will benefit the citizens of Ekurhuleni, particularly South Africans. We don't want to see many legal immigrants being employed. Lastly, Speaker, as ATM, we support this item, but we do so with a word of caution. Council might exercise strictly oversight throughout the 30-year term. Regular reporting and transparency and penalties for non-performance are essential to ensure that this deal deliver what it promised. Thanks.
Councillor Sinona, you don't want to see illegal immigrants being employed. It's not the city, I agree, it's the private person who.
Yes, but we have laws, Speaker. But we'll take it offline. But we have laws in this country.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Mujapilu.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
Councillor Mlo, you want to change the name from Gilolis to? Okay. Doctor, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. No further comments. The item is supported.
Thank you. Councillor Timo Fukeng.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Congress of the People notes and supports this item. For years, Giloli's farm has been left to decline. Residents have seen building decay and a once proud space fall into disuse. The conference center and Mississippi restaurant stands a reminder of neglect rather than the potential of this land. Through this lease, we have an opportunity to return the site to the people, to restore it as a place of recreation, family life, and community activity. We must also note that the public participation process produced no objections. That shows us that communities are ready for this change and want to see the space brought back to life. It gives this decision legitimacy and community backing. Other municipalities have successfully used long-term leases to revive public land while keeping it in a municipal hands. Giloli's farm can become one of those successful stories. A prime space where residents enjoy safe recreational facility, where small business find opportunity, and where the city benefits from a new source of revenue. We appreciate the fact that this lease will ensure that the city keeps ownership. We must consider as well that there are other investors who might want to invest in the city with different terms and conditions. Them also must be given land. To have a competitive edge to attract more investment into the city, we must consider putting up some of the land for sale in relation to massive investment which promises jobs for our people. Both local and international investors will find such conditions even more favorable, and they will not go to mid-val. As COPE, we believe this item balances accountability and delivery are in support. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mpete.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The use of both small and large hectare measurements on the report, such as 29 hectares and 290,680 hectares, seems unusual It might be a typographical error. Consistency in reporting is crucial for accuracy. The evaluation certificate's omission of the farm size to be leased is concerning. For land leasing, specifying the exact size of the land is essential for determining its value, potential use, and lease terms. To address these issues, it is recommended to double check the measurements and other data points for accuracy. Ensure all measurements are reported in a consistent unit such as hectares. Make sure the evaluation certificates includes vital information like farm size. By addressing these concerns, the report's quality and usefulness can be significantly improved. Actually, we do not have a problem with the contents and actually in support of it, with the understanding that the economy in the current climate condition needs private partnership to enhance activity in both development and economy. In future, we must look at partnerships of profit sharing in these lease agreements because payment of lease is a minimum amount to be received from the business activity, and for revenue enhancement purposes, the state has to not only play a role of creating and enabling environment, but to actively participate in the economy so that we can enhance revenue streams considering our limited resources and over-reliance on taxation and grants from National Treasury. Speaker, in essence, we are saying next time when we are leasing, let's make sure that we also benefit from the profit side of it, not just from the lease alone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alderman Gotwana. Exactly. Isicela ukhansela akhulume Alderman no.
Thank you, Speaker. The AIC welcomed this proposal because
Councillor Mahonko.
because it reflects forward learning and responsibility.
Phakamisa izwi mama.
This list at Giloli's farm is aligned with
The acting city manager. Doctor, you were late for our meeting. And the Laras. Yeah, we have an issue with that acting CM. We really do. And then we can't keep on saying the same thing over and over again. You want us to be taken to labor when our chair of chairs. But we're asking nicely, acting city manager, because if Ali disciplined, it becomes a problem for us as a council. I mean, the fact that some of the MMCs here need information and the HODs are not even here is a problem. So we're going to ask that on the day of council, we don't want links anymore, council secretary. HODs must be here, no electronic link must be created. Because this is unbecoming. Mama, Siyaxolisa, you may proceed.
stable, better managed, and more capable of delivering service to its residents. For too long, Giloli's farm has been left underutilized, costing the city money instead of adding value. Through this list, we are turning a neglected space into an asset that will strengthen our financial position, provide upgraded facilities for the community and attract investment while the land remains in public. We are therefore in support of this item. I thank you.
Thank you. The AIC supports the item for the reasons that the councillor has alluded to. Alderman Gosi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the inputs that were made by the councillors. Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, during the era of our elder woman, Tanya Campbell, you know, when you spoke about this item, she was referring it to a vanity project. And she was saying we're in a dreamland. And now all these comments that are made by councillors, they are actually saying we are realizing what the city wanted to realize. Now, Madam Speaker, we appreciate all the comments because ours as the city is to make sure that we bring investment to our space and we make sure that our economy grow, you know. And through this, investment.
Yeah, I don't understand this thing. Councillor Pierre, please. When at the entire council meeting you are confused. No. You must stop this thing that you are doing, ne? Councillors are saying, I heard when some councillor said you must, the stolen land must be brought back. That thing on your face, if you would have seen it, it was very problematic for me and I didn't raise it. So we're going to ask you, please. No but speaker, stop it. You don't hold the key to excellence or whatever you think you are holding. So please allow the councillor to deliver their speeches or their input without doing what you are doing. Alderman Kosi.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Remember, it's gonna be painful on the other side because the city would have won a case around this Gilelus farm. And it tells you that we're in the right direction to reclaim what is due to the city. And we're bringing in investment. Now we're in the tenure of Alderman Kosindipile Xhakaza. And we're realizing the dream that wanted it to be executed. And it tells you that now is the time. And we appreciate the comments of all the councillors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, MMC.
Speaker.
Councillors, we have 9 recommendations on pages 565 to 567 as recommended.
ADP and RE 25.
Just a second.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Just on the recommendations of that item, on recommendation number 8, which speaks to the city manager or her nominee, if that could just be corrected, please.
What must it be corrected to say?
Just nominee, not her. We don't know who the city manager is.
No, councillors, but really. Let us proceed, please. Let's go. Next item.
ADP and RE 25 of 2025 on page 606.
Councillor Lapping.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Finally, we have a draft bylaw that has been well researched and thought out. Kudos to those who put this together. As we all know, our city is plagued by problem buildings, and we have now finally on the right track to deal with this scourge. It seems to me that the Haramsa case of 2017, but decided in 2023, had a bearing in creating this bylaw. This bylaw has the potential to target those who have not complied with any of our town planning requirements and creates a situation whereby heavy penalties can be imposed that aligns with SPLUMA. This in itself is a bonus to law-abiding citizens, as there would be less reliance on them to prop up the municipality regarding its financial woes. If managed properly, this bylaw has the potential to generate up to 250 million rand per day over the short term. My concern is the implementation part. In order for the municipality to take advantage, we would need a comprehensive plan to implement this by increasing capacity in both the building control department and in our legal department. In all, well done to all those involved in creating this wonderful piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Zyl.
Yeah, Van Zyl. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus supports the public participation, but requests an implementation plan and budget, enforcement capacity, clear ownership, safeguards, appeals, and a timeline to adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. ACDP agrees with public participation, but we are asking for a clause to allow for responsible occupation of such buildings. Where the city takes over problem buildings, it should be able to sign memorandums of understanding with NPOs, private companies, or other civil society organizations to provide responsible occupation for the homeless. These people could provide security, cleaning, and maintenance. Homelessness is increasing rapidly in the city, and securing empty properties against vandalism is very expensive. I thank you.
Councillor Mkwena, your time is up.
Thank you, covered.
Thank you, Alderman Kosi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The comments are appreciated. It tells you that we are in the right direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We have 5 recommendations on page 609 as amended. Yes, let's move.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We now move to reports of the legislature. First on the agenda is reports of city planning. Item AAC 07 2025 CPOC on page 637.
Thank you. 1 recommendation on page 637.
BF 02 2025 CPOC on page 638.
Thank you. 1 recommendation, page 639.
AAC 07 2025 ERWM on page 641.
Councillor Reitenbach.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus finds it unacceptable that Council is now being asked to note this report solely for compliance purposes, without access to the annexures that contain crucial context. These annexures have been consistently omitted since the 2023-24 financial year, despite repeated efforts by the committee to retrieve them. This raises a serious question. What is it that they do not want us to see? Council cannot meaningfully consider this report under these circumstances, and we call for full disclosure to ensure transparency and accountability. I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Nhlapo Koto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the councillor is re-emphasizing on our concern also. It is noted.
Thank you very much. We have 1 recommendation on page 642.
AERWMOC 14 2025 on page 643.
1 recommendation, page 645.
WMOC 15/2025 on page 646.
One recommendation, page 648.
AERWMOC 16/2025 on page 649.
One recommendation, page 651.
BF 04/2025 ERWMOC on page 652.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 653.
AFOC 05/2025 on page 655.
Councillor Makubo.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. We note the report from the Finance Oversight, and we also see, Speaker, from this report that indeed, as per the utterances of the chairperson in the previous council meeting last month, indeed, finance is a shared service. We appreciate that from the report that is before us. We also note the lamentation by the committee of the fact that there seems to be ICT difficulty, connectivity with ICT there, especially in the Duduza and Nigel customer care centers, which is something that we hope that council and the executive takes into consideration. We also must also, Speaker, add the fact that we still have a CCC outstanding there by Tembisa, which has still not been addressed by council, which is something that I think the executive must also take into account. So Action SA appreciates the report and accepts it with open arms. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mdluli, L.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. At the outset, allow me to recognize the Heritage Month. It is a time when we honor our history while also reflecting on the kind of legacy we are building for our communities today. Fellow councillors, the Finance Oversight Committee report on Tsakani, Duduza and Nigel CCCs raises serious concerns about the way our services are reaching our people. In the way the services are reaching our people. Oversight visits revealed that many residents do not know about the 75 debt write-off and rehabilitation program. This is largely because there is no visible signage or effective communication at our customer care centers. In all the three CCCs, the CCC managers were not at work. Hence, I urge this council to see to it that consequence management is applied. The report also shows worrying gaps in the indigent registration process. Residents who believe they qualify as indigent are not properly captured due to the ICT failures, inconsistent staffing, and the lack of training. This creates confusion and denies the poor the relief they are duly entitled to. Madam Speaker, as this term draws to a close, we cannot leave our residents with this kind of frustration. The IFP calls for urgent intervention to stabilize the ICT systems, strengthen staff capacity, and improve communication at all CCCs. When programs exist but people cannot access them, then the promise of service delivery rings hollow. The IFP therefore supports the report with its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Mdluli. Councillor Dilange.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the comments by Councillor Makubo as well as Councillor Mdluli, which is placing emphasis on the concerns of the committee. Thank you. We noted.
Thank you, councillors. We have 5 recommendations on page 659 to 650. 6 should be 660. Thank you. Next item, please.
Thank you, Speaker. We now move to human settlement items. The first item is item AAC 07/2025 HSOC on page 662.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 662.
ACOP 12, 2025 HSOC on page 663.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 665.
AF 36, 2025 HSOC on page 666.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 666.
BF 04, 2025 HSOC on page 667.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 667.
Infrastructure services items AAC 07, 2025 ISOC on page 669.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 670.
ACOP 12, 2025 ISOC on page 671.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 672.
ACOP 13, 2025 ISOC on page 673.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 674.
BF 04, 2025 ISOC on page 675.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 676.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Transport planning, roads and stormwater items, AAC 07, 2025 TPRSOC on page 678.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 678.
Water, sanitation and energy, ACOP 13, 2025 WSEOC on page 680.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 681.
AF 37, 2025 WSEOC on page 682.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 683.
AF 40, 2025 WSEOC on page 684.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 685.
Speaker, we now move to standing committees, the first being Gender, Children, Youth and People with Disabilities. Item AGCYPDSC 04, 2025 on page 688.
Councillor S. Nene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. We are all aware that oversight functions are in place to enhance the openness, accountability, and honesty of municipal operations, thereby strengthening public trust. Through the oversight role, councillors must ensure that the rights of citizens are protected. This involves activities like reviewing executive actions and implementing control mechanisms with the goal of enabling accountability. The oversight is facing challenges, and this is making it difficult for them to fulfill their mandates, especially for the youth and women. The Directorate of Youth and Women are now failing to submit reports because there have been no divisional heads for almost 5 years in this oversight. Inadequate personnel and insufficient budgeting have led to decreased productivity, compromised work quality, which threatens the negatively affects the city's reputation and inclusivity in targets. Not only have these been operating without divisional heads or almost for 5 years, these directorates are also excluded from attending mayoral committee meetings. This prevents them from ensuring that the department plans and programs are inclusive of women, youth, and people living with disabilities. The supply chain management report for the 2024-2025 financial indicated that the city failed to achieve the 3% target for businesses owned by people living with disability. The city only employed 24 people living with disabilities against a target of 403. There are concerns about limited participation of young people residing in Ekurhuleni in supply chain management. What is really the reason behind the city's advocating for people residing outside of
Ekurhuleni for procurement services such as cleaning. We as the Democratic Alliance are appealing to the executive to ensure that supply chain management tools are diligently tracked and properly overseen so that good governance can bolster confidence and ensure that our women, youth and people living with disabilities are fully presented in Ekurhuleni. Thank you.
Councillor Poki.
Mandibulele, Madam Speaker. The African National Congress Caucus notes the sterling work of this standing committee. And we
Councillor
accept-
Poki. You are too beautiful today. Overdose. So can we hear the voice?
Mandibulele, Madam Speaker. The African National Congress Caucus notes the sterling work of the standing committee, and we accept its progressive recommendations. As a young woman, I must stand here and say, the demon of patriarchy continues to resist defeat. Black women remain trapped in triple oppression, oppressed by race, class, and by gender. This reality persists because of the slow and uneven implementation of women-centered policies, whether in procurement, employment, or within the structures of the very institution. The report before us lays this bare. The Women's Directorate has been without leadership for more than 5 years. Equally disturbing is that despite the city manager's directive that all departments appoint gender champions, only one department has complied. This cannot be the face of the developmental state. Madam Speaker and honorable members, we express deep disappointment that such critical directorate, one tasked with advancing the interest of women, youth and people with disability, has had no administrative head for more than 5 years. This is in the cities where young people are ravaged by unemployment, crime and substance abuse. It is in this very city, the only metro in Gauteng without a university, where the absence of leadership further delays our ability to drive projects that could change lives. This failure also disadvantages persons with disability, who continues to be excluded from meaningful its head. As the ANC, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that these directorates are fully resourced, fully led, and fully empowered to deliver on the promises of equity and transformation. I thank you.
Councillor Moloi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think the two speakers have went extensively to what the committee is feeling. I think they are contributing towards the feelings of the committee because without the availability of a head of both youth and women, we find it hard to operate. But I hope the executive mayor, they are also noting because it's a very concerning trend that we don't have a head of a youth and women in the city that has got majority of young people in it. So we welcome the comments. I think they are giving our attitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siyabonga. Councillor Moloi. Councillors, we have 3 recommendations on page 691.
Thank you, Speaker. We now move to the Municipal Public MPEC SC 04 2025 on page 693.
Thank you. 1 recommendation on page 695.
Thank you, Speaker. The Oversight Committee on the Mayor's Office and the Legislature, AAC 07 2025 on page 697.
Thank you. 1 recommendation, page 698.
ACOP 2026 2025, OCMOL SC on page 699.
Thank you. 1 recommendation, page 700.
AF 32 2025, OCMOL SC on page 701.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 704.
05-2025 Okmol SC on page 705.
Thank you. One recommendation, page 706.
Thank you, Speaker. It takes us to the next set of item on the agenda, item number 9, which is motions. Speaker, we've got two motions. The first motion is a motion of the condition of the Nguni Hall and other community halls in the city.
Thank you, councillors. We are going to give 3 minutes per speaker on the item. Councillor Tinkosi or Councillor T. Motsopi, we are going to ask one of you to table the motion. Just stick to the resolves, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we have stated that we can just stick on the resolved, I think, Madam Speaker, you also know, you have come to the offices and you have noticed the challenges that we've got with the facilities, municipal facilities. But I'll just stick to the resolved. The resolved number one.
Just a bit, Baba Boulele, ne? And I didn't wake you up. So we are rasa manje. Councillor Ntleko. No, I was worried that Councillor Sbia there didn't wake him up. He had a nice nap there. Askis, Councillor, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm awake.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, the resolve number one stated that the department should consider conducting a maintenance assessment and developing a comprehensive maintenance plan for Nguni Hall and other community hall in the city. Department should submit the report on the maintenance assessment and comprehensive maintenance plan to the council by November 2025 so that they are.
Kancane. Councillors, please, we can't be at that level. We can't. It is totally unacceptable. Who must be protected? Yeah, please. Umama and the lesson to akhuluma ngazo, they are very important and fundamental. We've gone there, we have seen those things ourselves. So we can't cancel, the phones are ringing, you are having caucuses and all that. If you want a break, you must ask for a break. We can take 30 minutes and relax. The smokers can go and smoke. Do you want a break, councillors? Alderman Dlabati says yes. Okay, we are asking Alderman Berg, allow Councillor Nkosi to proceed. Councillor Ngwenya, pressan lapho, pressan.
Okay, may I continue, Madam Speaker?
You may continue, Mama.
Thank you so much.
Truly.
Let me go to bullet number 3. Bullet number 3 said the department should consider appointing the development contractor Vukupile for the general maintenance of Nguni Hall and other community halls using the current and adjustment budget. Proposed by Councillor Tandinkosi, seconded by Councillor Tekiso Mutsupi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. 3 minutes, councillors, maximum. Councillor Madlala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The office of the Ward 47 councillor is at Nguni Hall.
there is an expectation that the ward councillor should be consulting with residents there on a daily basis, but the current state of affairs there dictate otherwise. There is also a potential loss of revenue because of the state of affairs at the wall, and the city is responsible for ensuring that environmental health or health dictates are adhered to, and therefore the ANC caucus support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Councillor M. Da Silva.
Good afternoon. This motion misses the actual issue at hand here. And we can demand a maintenance plan from the department, but that's not going to yield the results that the ANC councillors are looking for, because although the function of maintenance has been moved to SHRAC as of the beginning of this financial year, the department lacks the finances and the tenders to execute it. So last month's responses to questions to the department revealed that their problems stemmed from the fact that the city has not paid consultants responsible for providing BOQs. In other words, even if there was a comprehensive maintenance plan in place, it would not be able to go anywhere because the department doesn't have budget and contractors have not been paid. Some of them for 5 months, which was mentioned at the beginning of today's council session by the audit committee, and that is a violation of the MFMA. So in that context, I think it's especially duplicitous to include the Vukupile program in this, because you would effectively be risking exploiting these contractors without paying them, unless your plan is to give them preferential treatment. In which case, it seems like there might be some sinister intentions of the ANC here to try and use this motion as a way of shoring up support by funneling funds to its derelict bank account through the proverbial back door. Now, the sobering reality is that for the time being, the residents are on their own. Many have realized that if they want their facilities to
Councillor
look great,
Mbathane. Ukhuluma nge-bank account.
no, Speaker, I'm glad that he's awake, because it really seems that the president's roll call.
Just present, please.
Can I present?
Present, Councillor Da Silva.
Yeah, it seems that the president's roll calls have woken them up, eh? There's been 23 years of government. The ANC has had 23 years. And they've been driving the city into the ground, and that's why we're in the situation
condemn
we're in. So a better solution...
Condemn the genocide.
A better solution is to listen to the president and allow voters to listen to the president and give the DA a majority. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dinake, you were saying?
Speaker, I was just saying the Scottish gentleman at the back must stop screaming.
Scottish.
Biscuits, tennis biscuits.
Scotch, never mind. Thank you. Councillor Mashianoke.
It's some more. Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. As the EFF caucus, we know this motion with a concern. The state of this Department of Real Estate is in question in the city. However, we are happy because this department has been, the responsibility has been moved to SHRAC. Speaker, one could realize that the department is underperforming dismally, and one will start to question the leadership of that department. Honorable Mayor, can you investigate this department, if necessary, assist, and as the state of this city buildings is getting bad? This department always overspend on contracted services, which claims to fix the same buildings that are in a collapsed state. Our people can't use these properties anymore. Be it as may, Speaker, as the EFF caucus, we become very cautious when the proposal of this motion start to mention the corrupt scam of ANC, which has used previously to milk the city's funds, Vukupile. We therefore, as the EFF caucus, reject this motion as it seeks the council to even go into supply chain, recommend service providers. I thank you.
Yes.
Councillor T. Shabalala.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. As actioners say, we accept this, we will accept this motion with the following amendments. That the motion is changed from Guni Hall and other halls to rather say all community halls in Ekurhuleni. So as to be clear, that all facilities need maintenance and all are revenue generating facilities. So if the proposer will be willing to make that small change, we will be supporting the motion. Thanks, Speaker.
Yeah, but it's the same thing, Mus. Aye, Councillor Shabalala. Councillor Reitenbach.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus recognizes the serious concern raised. Many of our community halls are in fact unfit for public participation. Some in unsafe, dark, vandalized or neglected condition. But the motion before us is too narrow and flawed. It singles out only certain halls, while the reality is that numerous other venues across the city are in similar or even worse condition and remain unusable to the community. To adopt this motion as it stands would create an unfair and selective approach. Furthermore, the motion prescribes a contractor. This is unlawful and in direct violation of Section 217 of the Constitution and the MFMA supply chain rules. Council simply cannot allocate work by motion. What is needed is a fair, outcome-driven program, a full condition assessment of halls, not just a few with clear priorities, a costed maintenance plan with lawful procurement routes, minimum safety and service standards for all public meeting venues, and proper oversight with quarterly progress reporting. Without such comprehensive amendments, the Freedom Front Plus cannot support this motion. I thank you.
Councillors, and I don't know if my English is the one or not. Ne? When they are saying nguni and all, they mean all. Councillor Reitenbach, all.
Speaker, it's other, not all, other.
Okay, which ones are the others and not all? Aye, man, Councillor Chabalala, it's all the halls, ne? Are you ready, Alderman Gotwana? Okay, prepare, please. Councillor Mukwena.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon once again. Madam Speaker, ACP believe in effective service delivery. We say clear maintenance plan for Ekurhuleni community halls must be provided and monitoring mechanism be in place to avoid incomplete work resulting in wasteful expenditure. This will minimize vandalism of streets by pitching tents in the streets when there are funerals because people cannot use walls, the community walls anymore. So we welcome and support this motion. Thank you.
Dr. Mujapil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ICM support the motion in principle. However, Madam Speaker, recommendation 3 must be removed as such a directive will constitute an overreach into administrative domain, thereby infringing on separation roles between council and administration. And it further commits indirectly the budget. So the motion is supported with the exclusion of recommendation 3 that talks to Vukupile. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Franz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
the UDM supports these motions. Most of our community halls in the city are in poor conditions. And this has made difficult to communities to use them with dignity. The halls are used for many purposes, such as public meetings, funerals, weddings, church services, youth programs, and cultural events. They must be safe. They must be safe and clean. Accessibility to people living with disabilities and properly maintained so that all our people can use them with pride. This motion calls for clean plan and for council to get report. We support it because our communities deserve facilitate that uphold the dignity. I thank you.
Thank you, Tatu Franz. Councillor Mufokeng.
Covered.
Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACDP would like to second Councillor Mojapelo's a recommendation that recommendation 3 be dropped. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, okay, we're done. MMC Msane, are you the one responding on behalf of MMC 2C?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We will reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is not carried. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The next item on the agenda, it's a urgent motion submitted for urgent consideration in terms of Rule 90 of the Standing Orders of Council.
Thank you. Let us proceed. Leader of Executive Business, I'm going to request that this motion, it has a national interest, but there has been developments that I'm going to request the MMC. It's unusual. Please, councillors, we are going to ask that you allow us to run the council meeting. MMC, if you may update the council on developments with regards to this matter so that we can proceed with those in mind. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would request for a caucus, for the ANC caucus.
You can't ask for a caucus when we're asking you to. I can't hear you. Just a bit.
To speak. I have not.
Regardless, you can't ask for a caucus. Because, I mean, we're asking for a feedback and then you're asking for a caucus. The council cannot go on caucus on information that they don't know. Kiboni, are you still? Chairs?
No, Speaker, I wanted to raise we cannot go and pray for caucus for things that we don't know. However, this is unusually and unprecedented in the history of this council. That a motion is supposed to be presented. and we speak on motion.
Phelela lapho. La ugcine khona, just leave it there.
No, it's unprecedented. What we-
No.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
MMC Masuku,
It's wrong.
MMC Masuku, just give
Thank you
us
very
an
much.
update.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The development that I can give the council now is that the acting chief of police is on special leave. That is one. He has written a letter that he is going on special leave so that the process is not, he's not there when the process happens. Of the allegations, the investigations with the allegations that are there, because it's still allegations. That is the development that is there. That is the only development.
Okay, so the MMC is saying the acting chief of police has applied for leave in order to allow the process to run smoothly. Has the leave been, councillors please, has the leave been approved?
Yes, Madam, the leave has been approved and Director President note is acted.
Okay, thank you councillors. Are you going to go on a, I saw a hand? Leader of executive business?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I was, as the leadership of the ANC caucus, immediately after you would have tabled, will request for a caucus.
How long, leader of executive business?
15 minutes, Madam Speaker.
Councillors, thank you. We are going to return at 5 o'clock. The caucus is granted.
Minority parties, can we have a caucus, please? Outside, minority. Councillor Klassen? Mhlonishwa Ntombela, Councillor Mdluli? We have a minority caucus, who can join us. We want the one-member parties only. Come.
Thank you. Let's settle down, please, councillors. Let's settle down. Mankosi, go back to your seat. Thank you, councillors. Can we request that we spend at least at most an hour on this? So each speaker will be given 4 minutes because you are many there. Yeah, at most you can say covered. Agar. Thank you, Councillor Mgwevu. Councillor Mgwevu, please let's focus. Thank you. We are going to request the proposer of the motion or the seconder to table it. Please stick to the resolves, please. Alderman Berg or Councillor Sinona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that everybody received the motion, went through it. That's why we'll go to the resolve and everybody can then debate on the motion. On the resolve 1, that council resolved that we're talking here about Brigadier Julius Mkanwazi. That was his title when this happened, but he's also called Deputy Commissioner. The Deputy Chief of Police in the city of Ekurhuleni be immediately put on precautionary suspension, effective passing this motion. That council instructs the acting city manager to initiate an investigation as part of the city's disciplinary framework into the allegations against Brigadier Mkanwazi in line with all the relevant legislation. That council further instruct the acting city manager to conduct an independent assessment of the EMPD fleet to establish whether additional irregularities or corrupt practices exist. That the acting city manager must in October 2025 council meeting table before council a report on the progress made in the investigation and disciplinary process against Brigadier Mkanwazi and the outcome of the independent assessment of the EMPD fleet. I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Berg. Councillor Mgwevu.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. The African National Congress caucus stands here as a political center of governments in the city of Ekurhuleni, committed to protecting the integrity of municipal institutions and ensuring the highest standards of accountability and service to our people. Our deliberation today, Madam Speaker, guided by Section 151.3 of the Constitution, which affirms the right of municipalities to govern on their own initiative the local government affairs of their communities, subject to the national and provincial legislation. It is within this context that we address the matter concerning the Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Julius Mkanwazi, and the motion that has been tabled before this House. The ANC formally records its appreciation for the Deputy Chief to voluntarily request for a special leave. This action is not merely an administrative, it is a demonstration of professional integrity and respect for the constitutional principle of fairness and impartiality. By volunteering to be on special leave, the Deputy Chief is allowing the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry to function without any perception of interference, upholding Section 195 of the Constitution, which requires public administration to be accountable and transparent, acting consistently with Schedule 2, Item 13 of the Municipal Systems Act, which makes provision of disciplinary matters to be handled fairly and expeditiously. This proactive step protects the credibility of the EMPD, reassures the public that the matter is being handled seriously, and provides space for a credible and lawful process to unfold. Honorable Speaker, it is important for this House to understand the political and historic roots of the current instability within the EMPD. The turbulence were we are dealing with today dates back to 2022, 2023, and worsened further in 2024 during the period of the DA-led coalition government in Ekurhuleni. During this period, governance was marked by political interference, factional decisions, and the destabilization of the administrative arm of the city. We remind this council, Madam Speaker, that the DA-led coalition supported by the EFF at that time was directly responsible for the unprecedented acts of destabilization, including the use of private security personnel to forcefully remove the former executive mayor, Adamen Mzwandile Masina, and other members of council. The DA then mayor, Tanya Campbell, must account for the use of private security as her personal VIP protectors and for authorization such private security to escort her during official.
Leader of executive business, just hold on a bit. Councillors, even if you howl, we are going to allow him to speak the whole 4 minutes. So it's up to you whether he's going to speak the first time and finish, or he will speak the 4 minutes in the next 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The then DA Mayor Tanya Campbell must account for the use of private security as a personal VIP protectors and for the authorization such private security to escort her during official shuttles to and from home using city resources. This same administration must answer for the deployment of private security in the state of the city address where the same security outfit of the alleged Ket Matlala was used to forcibly remove the democratically elected former executive mayor and ANC leader Comrade Mzwandile Masina from the chamber, an action that has no place in a constitutional democracy. Allegations also surfaced during this period regarding the misuse of MPD blue lights and the state resources on private vehicles belong to private individuals, reportedly under the watch and with the involvement of Councillor Dunga, EFF caucus leader. This politicization of law enforcement, aided by coalition partners, contributed significantly to the collapse of professional discipline within the MPD and created a climate of mistrust that we are still repairing today. The ANC-led administration is seized with the responsibility of restoring the rule of law, protecting the separation between the political and administrative rule, and ensuring that such misuse of city resources never happens again. The ANC caucus is unequivocally advocating that corruption is the enemy of development. We condemn any form of fraud, maladministration, abuse of authority, or misconduct that undermines public confidence in municipal governments. This position is rooted on Section 217 of the Constitution, which obligates municipalities to act in a manner that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Municipal Finance Management Act Section 62, which places a duty on the accounting officer to ensure that the municipality has and maintains effective system of financial and risk management. The ANC's own renewal and ethical leadership agenda, which calls for decisive action against any form of wrongdoing. Our commitment to clean governance, the restoration of public trust, and the guarantee that those who are entrusted with public resources are beyond approach. That is to be clearly recorded that the Deputy Chief of Police is not appointed or employed through a council sitting, but rather through an administrative process led by the city manager in accordance with Section 55(1)(e) of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, which empowers the city manager as an accounting officer to appoint staff other than those referred to in Section 56, managers directly accountable to the city manager. That to ensure continuity and impartiality, this process be formally delegated to the acting city manager for processing in line with the Municipal Systems Act and Section 82 of the Municipal System Structures Act, which regulates the appointment of staff and the delegation of municipal functions. The ANC caucus urges this House to allow the city manager in terms of this section to exercise his full statutory authority to manage discipline and ensure compliance with labor law. The Labor Relations Act 66 of 1995, Schedule 8, Item 4, prescribes the right to a fair hearing, and the principle of audi alteram patent here to the other side must be respected. We therefore submit that the matter remain within the hands of the administration until investigation is concluded, that no further motions be entertained with could preempt or politicize the outcomes of the investigation, that the outcome of the Madlanga Commission and any internal disciplinary hearings be tabled in the council for noting and decision-making thereafter. This approach will ensure that they remain compliant with labor law, collective agreements, and constitutional imperative while protecting the integrity of the municipality. The ANC caucus calls on all political parties in this house to resist the temptation of grandstanding and instead act of the best interest of good governance. Our responsibility is to uphold justice, protect the institutional integrity of the city, and ensure that due processes is followed without fear, favor, or prejudice. By supporting the the chief's own request to go on special leave, this council sends a powerful message that no one is above the law, that everyone is entitled to a fair and impartial process. This is how we restore public trust in the AMPD, uphold the rule of law, and advance the ANC commitment to a clean, ethical, and people-centered government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pretorius.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, or better known as my colleague referenced there as Councillor Pretoria. Madam Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we want to state that we support decisive action when the integrity of this institution is at stake. And I would just like to highlight, Madam Speaker, to Council who has not seen the email, Leader of Executive Business. In fact, we submitted the motion ourselves, where I proposed the motion and Alderman Campbell seconded that motion, so that the allegations which you are now making within this House is something which we would like to see be investigated and a report be submitted on that, Madam Speaker. But the focus should not be moved, Madam Speaker, from the administration. The allegations made before the Commission of Inquiry are extremely serious, and they strike at the credibility of our EMPD, of the city of Ekurhuleni, and our constitutional duty to ensure clean governance, something that the Leader of Executive Business and his caucus knows nothing about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not about one individual. This is not about guilt, nor is it about innocence. The principle of this motion, Madam Speaker, speaks to precautionary suspension so that we can conduct an investigation and see what has transpired. Now, Madam Speaker, for the colleagues in this House who have followed the media, you would have seen that this administration already have done internal investigations, and there are reports available. The fortunate part, or the unfortunate part, Madam Speaker, is that this administration, under the leadership of Alderman Kakaza, has decided not to table those reports to us.
Councillors, the message is the same. Whether you howl or not, he's going to finish his time. The sooner we allow him, the better for all of us. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the protection. You see, Madam Speaker, also the difference between what I'm saying and what the Leader of Executive Business has been said. On the one side, we have facts, and on the other side, we have allegations. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, leaving a senior official in office whilst under such allegations, we believe risks interference. It erodes trust, and it sends the wrong signal to residents who are already questioning whether the city holds its leaders accountable. Madam Speaker, our duty is clear. We must protect the institution, restore public confidence, and show our residents that accountability within the city is non-negotiable. Madam Speaker, the suspension should not be seen as punishment. If the allegations are made are just allegations, it should be seen as protection. As the Democratic Alliance, Madam Speaker, we do support this motion. And we request, Madam Speaker, that all other reports that are currently available also be made available in conjunction with the recommendations that Councillor Berg has put to the fore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mdluli.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Fellow councillors, one is tempted to respond of what the Leader of Executive Business is saying, but today we choose not to wrestle the pig in the mud. We'll move forward and deal with the matters at hand.
Councillors, just relax, please.
Fellow councillors, what happened today before this motion has been tabled is unprecedented and has set a wrong precedent in this council. That a person who is not even Section 56 manager, his employment issues should then be left to be dealt with here by the council. The council has overreached with system of delegation unless we are saying that the acting city manager that we as council has dedicated powers to, we don't trust him to do his work, to whip his managers into line and deal with the employment issues of the managers there. Such directive should not be done by the, should be done by the accounting officer and not by council where we are subjected to today. However, Speaker and fellow councillors will want to start rejecting this motion on the following grounds that we have prepared as the economic freedom fighters. This motion suffers from a fundamental procedural defect that render the improper consideration and raises serious questions about the integrity and intentions of its proposers. The urgent motion frequently violates Rule 50, Rule 90, subsection 5F of our standing orders, which explicitly mandates that urgent motion must be dealt with one substantive matter. The current motion that we are debating today attempts to address three distinct issues: the precautionary suspension of Brigadier Mkwanazi, the initiation of separate investigation into allegations against him, and independent assessment of the EMPD fleet. That's three things. The motion's own heading uses the word "and" to request two different actions, while recommendation 3 requests a third separate action. These substantively different matters require different consideration, different processes, and different decision-making frameworks. The use of "and" in the title itself exposes the fundamental flaws in the proposer's argument that this constitutes one substantive matter. The conduct of the proposers in advancing this motion raises serious questions about their commitment to proper governance and adherence to establishment procedures. There is a deliberate attempt to circumvent a clear requirements of Rule 90, subsection 5 and subsection 5F through linguistic manipulation and procedural sleight of hand. Isandla semfene. The attempt to bungle multiple substantive matters under the guise of urgency demonstrate either a fundamental misunderstanding of our standing orders or a calculative effort or to manipulate procedural requirements to achieve political objective. Neither explanation reflects well on the proposer's commitments to proper governance. The proposers' approach suggests they are aware their motion will not survive proper scrutiny if it's submitted through ordinary channels. By packaging multiple issues together and claiming agency, they seek to pressure council into making hastily decision without deliberating that each matter individual deserve the presentation manipulation agencies. Such conduct calls into question whether the proposers are acting in good faith or whether they are attempting to hoodwink the council into approving actions that will not otherwise receive support in properly presented and individually considered. The integrity of our decision-making processes depend honestly adherence to established procedures, not creating interpretation designed to circumvent inconvenience requirements. The motion before us violates our standing orders through deliberate procedural manipulation. Rather protecting institutional integrity, this motion threatens to undermine its submissive political expediency for proper processes. We respectfully submit that this motion should be ruled out of order based on a clear non-compliance Rule 90, subsection 5F, and that the council should reject attempts to manipulate our procedures framework of political purposes. For the record, Speaker, we reject this motion. I will not want to dwell much on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mdluli. Councillor Dolo.
I have documents for you.
Honorable Speaker, members of council, the allegations against Brigadier Mkhwanazi are indeed serious. We should take a note that they are currently...
Just a bit, we are going to request the lady in the gallery.
It's media. It's media.
Yeah, but the flash there is hurting our eyes. Ne? Thank you. Please proceed, Councillor Dolo.
Honorable Speaker, the allegations against Brigadier Mkhwanazi are indeed serious. We should take a note that they are currently being investigated by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interferences and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System by Madlanga Commission. This commission is an independent body tasked with uncovering the truth, and it has not yet concluded its work or issued any findings. The testimony presented thus far remains untested and unproven. Acting on these allegations before the Commission has completed its inquiry risks the prejudicing the outcome and undermining the credibility of the Commission itself. Honorable members, we must ask ourselves, what message does it send if we act on allegations alone without waiting for the findings of the commissions? It suggests that we are willing to bypass due processes and act on unverified claims. This not only risks unfairly tarnishing the reputation of the Brigadier Mkhwanazi, but also sets a dangerous precedent for how we handle similar matters in the future. The motions argues that precautionary suspension is necessary to protect the integrity of the investigation and maintain public confidence. However, there is no evidence before this council that Brigadier Mkhwanazi continued presence in office poses a real
Councillor Snona, don't intimidate Councillor Dolo. Inomakala uthuthu, usikamakala ubulela.
Relax.
You are protected, Councillor Dolo.
How? Your time is coming. Hey.
Leave us in peace.
Madod. The motion argues that precautionary suspension is necessary to protect the integrity of the investigation and maintain a public confidence. However, there is no evidence before this council that Brigadier Mkhwanazi continued presence in office poses a real and immediate threat to the investigation or the witnesses. The Commission is fully equipped to handle its processes independently, including safeguarding witnesses and ensuring the integrity of its findings. Honorable Speaker, furthermore, acting now could undermine the public trust in this council. The public expect us to act fairly and responsibly, not to rush judgment based on allegations alone. By waiting for the Commission to complete its work, will demonstrate our commitment to due process and the rule of law. Honorable members, let us not act in haste. Let us allow the Madlanga Commission to complete its inquiry and provide us with evidence and findings we need to take an informed decisions. Premature action risks undermining the credibility of both the Commission and this Council, and it could do more harm than good to the public trust and we are trying to protect. Honorable Speaker, Action SA welcomes the application of special leave of Brigadier Mkhwanazi to allow the work of the Commission to proceed without interference. We commend Brigadier Mkhwanazi for prioritizing the credibility of the institution he serves and for choosing to step aside in the interest of due process. Such action strengthens public confidence and law enforcement agencies and affirm that no individual is above scrutiny. And Honorable Speaker, we must not forget that the DA is the primary beneficiary of this CAT security, and that they should answer, they should present themselves before this commission. Action SA is not supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Glover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed.
The Freedom Front Plus supports the motion and hereby suggests that the suspension not be open-ended, but that it be accompanied by a time frame. Madam Speaker, the Acting Chief of Police's application for special leave remains irrelevant, as special leave does not prevent the Commissioner from visiting the offices of the city, which might interfere in the investigation, and therefore suspension is undoubtedly required. As mentioned by another colleague, suspension is not a form of punishment, but a safety measure to the Acting Chief of Police and the city. As an advocate and defender against possible corruption and criminal activities, the Freedom Front Plus fully supports this motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nona, you are clapping because you are a seconder to the motion. Oh, okay. Dr. Mujapelo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, we should start by reminding Council that the motion is not here before us, or rather the motion is not about the Madlanga Commission, because we seem to make a mistake, but rather on the shortcomings within our own internal processes and controls. The matter in question dates back as far as 2023, yet it was abruptly halted without any logical or conclusive outcome. The recent findings of the Madlanga Commission merely serve as a stark reminder of these underlying weaknesses in our system and highlighting our failure to follow through with diligence and accountability. In terms of MFMA, Madam Speaker, and the South African Local Government Council and the concluded disciplinary procedure collective agreement, there are processes that should be ensued when there are allegations. And these processes, we now have it on record that they were started. And those processes were never brought into a logical conclusion. And that's what we are being reminded in the Madlanga Commission. So Council is duty-bound to cause to action that those processes that were abandoned must be finalized so that we protect the integrity of the investigation and allow it to proceed in a manner that is impartial and free from undue influence. So the recommendations, Madam Speaker, of the motion should be supported, because even this is a matter of public interest, and even our Julius Mukwanasi deserves, if he is innocent, to be cleared. And the process that is recommended will do that. There's a reminder here before us to say precautionary suspension is not guilt. It's to say let the truth prevail. And the process has started. I think already we are in a compromised position by virtue that the process started and the process was abruptly stopped. And that raises concerns. So the best thing to do, Madam Speaker, would be to allow the process. We've got nothing to hide. So let's allow the process to be concluded. Therefore, the motion should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When serious allegations were made against the Chief of Police, the city manager suspended him immediately and brought a report to this council to inform us that she did suspend him. The acting Chief of Police, serious allegations, the acting city manager failed to act. That's why we brought the motion. We gave enough time from the 18th of September up until today for the acting city manager to act on these allegations and to treat the acting Chief of Police exactly the same as what we did with the Chief of Police. These allegations are very serious, and there's damning allegations. We know that there is reports out already on these allegations and recommendations that action must be taken against the acting chief of police. However, everybody sits on the reports and they don't bring it to council. For what reason, I don't know. If somebody takes on leave, and I think the Freedom Front Plus have said it, if you take leave on yourself, it doesn't come off your special leave, doesn't come off your normal leave. So if he's found guilty, we must still pay him out for his leave, although he took special leave. But the other thing is, he can still go to office. He can still go in, go home. But if he is a precautionary suspension, he's not allowed in the building. Let the process start. Let them be investigated. There was already 3 to 4 investigations with recommendations, with findings, and I think that the mayor must be serious with these reports and share all these reports with every caucus in this house, that we know where we stand. I was privileged to see the IPIT report in the mayor's office when he called me for a meeting a couple of months ago. So they mustn't tell me they haven't seen the IPIT report. I read it in his office. No, I'm not finished.
Councillors, let's allow Alderman Berg to proceed.
We are in the process to appoint a new city manager for the city of Ekurhuleni. We cannot appoint the city manager and throw him on the deep side with all the fraud and corruption taking place, or alleged fraud and corruption taking place in this metro. He will not last. So I'm asking all good councillors to support, good ones, to support my motion. And let's do this investigation and let's bring it in the open and take the necessary steps to conclude it. But once again, I say this motion is here because the acting city manager did not act when he was supposed to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Yates.
Covered, Madam Speaker, my whip is going to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Mokwena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, the Bible has got a very good advice for public servants. According to Luke chapter 8, verse 17, for there is nothing.
Councillor Matsi, I can hear you from here.
For there is nothing.
Councillors, can we allow Councillor Mokwena to give his input? His godly input. Councillor, please speak up.
Thank you, Speaker, for protection. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought into the open or light. Secondly, Ecclesiastes 7:7, you may be wise, but if you cheat someone, you are acting like a fool. If you take a bribe, you ruin your character. Madam Speaker, ACDP is very much disturbed at the city legal team for failing to advise the acting city manager how to handle the matter, for not following the precedent set by the suspension of previous chief of police. Madam Speaker, according to the book of Job 3 verse 25, for the things which you greatly feared has come upon you, and that which you are afraid of, this will come unto you. This motion seeks to protect the incumbent, to allow internal process and save the city from a compromised position of accomplice. ACDP support the motion. Thank you.
Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, sorry. Thank you, Speaker. very disappointed in the leader of executive business. You know, to try and divert separation of powers is a very dangerous thing, and I would like the recordings of this meeting afterwards immediately, because what you said is really below your character, but then again, that is your character. The renewal of ethics agenda, I think you must go and read your document that was served so that you know exactly what renewal, meaning you had no ethics, you're now getting ethics. You had no ethics, you might have ethics, you know. But to carry on with the investigation, Madam Speaker, the DA are open and transparent. I have lodged, while I was the executive mayor, investigations with the SIU to investigate not only the fleet but the security tenders. Hopefully, leader of executive business, you're not implicated yourself, but I doubt that because you are very renewed in your ethical mannerism. Ma'am, I also think that it is quite a dangerous situation for us to discuss ins and outs here, because there are many of us that will be called in to either testify or give whatever information we have, if you have or you do not have information, and therefore I think we should be reserving a lot of our comments and not be like the leader executive business throwing around stones when you live in a glass house. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to see what not just the SIU investigations have that I had lodged, but also what the Commission's investigations, and I think every one of us should promote that suspension is done, that proper investigations get done, and that we give everything that we can, all information we can, to enhance this investigation. And stop playing little games to divert attention off yourself. Thank you.
Councillor Sinona.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I really wanted to respond to the EFF and the action essay under Councillor Dolo. But as you say, you can never rustle the pig in the mud. Speaker, this raises serious concern about the fairness and accountability in this particular council. We have previously suspended other officials when allegation arose. So what makes this case different, Speaker? Just today, Madam Speaker, in this very council, we were talking about consequences management. Yet when it comes to this item, the story is different. That is in contradiction, that undermines the credibility of this institution. Let me also remind this council speaker, special leave does not mean an individual cannot interfere with an investigation. Because of while on leave, you still retain the access, the influence, the networks also, speaker. Precautionary suspension is the correct measure as it is remove the employee from the duty precisely to prevent the interference and to protect the process. We are not punishing the acting chief of police, but we are trying to protect the chief of police so that the truth can come out, Speaker. I seconded this motion, Speaker, because of it is firmly rooted in the facts that requires investigation. Testimony under the oath at Madlanga Commission has raised a serious allegation against Brigadier Mukanazi. And as this council, we cannot turn a blind eye. The precautionary suspension is not finding of guilt. It is safeguard to prevent the interference, to protect the witness and maintain the public trust in the EMPD. This council has already set a clear precedence of the chief information officer is on precautionary suspension pending an external investigation. And the chief of police was previously suspended while the matters were investigated. This motion followed the same lawful and fair processes. That is why this motion must continue, Speaker, because the allegation needs to be investigated, Speaker, so that we can have the evidence And by the way, Speaker, because of you are a legal expert, you can also tell these other ones that the verbal or the hearsay evidence, it has its own requirements to be admissible in the court of law. So dolo a ke tsebe gore o bolela kang wa re, wa ešo. Sharp.
Thank you. I will reserve my comments. Councillor Mufokeng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
No, councillors, let's refrain, please. Councillor Sinona, Councillor Mdluli, let's allow. Mara, Councillor Mloi. Apologies, Councillor Mufokeng. Hey, Councillor Mloi, what yo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Congress of the People, I must say that we are deeply concerned by the allegations we are facing today. They are not only damaging to the individual involved, but to the credibility of this institution and the trust that the residents placed in this municipality. When senior officials are allegedly implicated in wrongdoing, it shakes public confidence. As councillors, we bear the responsibility to address such matters with seriousness and integrity. Madam Speaker, I also want to make a plea. Let us be responsible as we are handling this matter in how we conduct ourselves, especially in the media space. We are all ambassadors of this municipality. If we reduce this matter to cheap shots and political point scorings, we do more harm to the very institution we are meant to defend. These allegations are serious. They must be thoroughly investigated by a credible institution or persons. And once the facts are clear, the appropriate corrective measures must be taken in our next council meeting. That is how we restore trust, not only the EMPD, but the council as a whole. We therefore urge the acting city manager to act likewise. Madam Speaker, what is at stake here is the standing of our institution and its assets and the trust of the people we serve. That is what we must prioritize and safeguard. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Dinake. Thank you. Is it MMC Masuku Ongodwana? Executive Mayor?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I think let's appreciate all the discussions on the motion. Madam Speaker, safe to say that
Just a bit, Executive Mayor. Siyacela Tobejane, Councillor Tobejane, Councillor Skosana. We are on the last item, Rahupel. Please proceed, Executive Mayor.
thank you. Safe to say, Madam Speaker, or to appraise Council that the acting city manager already there has been processes that has been unfolding through our internal audit department since the 7th of August, and that indeed the preliminary or report has been shared with the Office of the Executive Mayor as in yesterday. We are
Stone, Paula, please.
Agari, you know you are programming that process.
No, just wait. Let's allow councillors. I think we have all come to the appreciation of the seriousness of this matter. So please let us all exercise leadership. Let's hold our horses and allow the process. Mkhulu sakhuluma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must
Just
say
hold
that
on, Executive Mayor. The whip has raised her hand.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we must avoid the issue of ageism. We cannot call each other here, Nkulu, Gogo, Mama. All of us here are councillors. However, when the councillor maybe is behaving, we must just correct that as council.
Yeah, I think it's
ageism
fine.
is
Yeah,
a-
it's a very
It's a
strange
struggle on
thing.
its own. We can't accept it.
There is no insult that is used. I think Whip, you are the person that was speaking of heritage, culture, and all those things. Mkulu, I'm referring to a senior person. There's no insult or belittling. So we're going to request the executive mayor to proceed.
Speaker, can we correct this thing? There is no Mkulu here or Gogo. We are all councillors.
Let us proceed,
There is
please.
no Mkulu, because we are not going to sustain what you're saying here in council.
We're going to ask that we
Here we
proceed.
are councillors. We must avoid the issue of ageism. It's not allowed.
Whip of council, I don't know your interpretation. Yeah. So we are going to ask that you allow the council to proceed. There's no ageism here. We are referring to a senior person, that's all. Executive Mayor, please proceed. Leader of Executive Business, allow the Executive Mayor to speak.
yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to confirm, Madam Speaker, that the internal audit report.
Aye,
through the
Executive
audit
Mayor
committee-
kancane siyacela, please, because we can hardly hear you. So we're going to ask. But what did the DA do?
Yeah.
Executive Mayor?
No, I was confirming, Madam Speaker, that from Tuesday, the 23rd of September, and also yesterday, the 24th of September, we did interface my office with the audit committee chair, where we have received the preliminary report, and this report was requested early in August by the acting city manager, of course, through our directive, and the report really is looking into the two things. One is the internal processes that took place early in 2023, and those processes looking into the suspension and the DC process. How far did those processes go? And of course, you know, at some point the charges were withdrawn, and you know, the deputy chief was reinstated. We'll have to check into that process, if that process followed, you know, all the procedures, and secondly, the IPIT process. With the memorandum that was addressed to the chief of police dated on the 1st of September 2023, and the response that was, you know, issued from our legal department dated December. If all processes and procedures were actually followed in dealing with that process of the IPIT. And I must say that, yes, it's a report. Councillor Berg. I must say that the acting city manager and his administration, and in this case, the acting HOD of community safety, the HR and legal.
Just hang in there, Executive Mayor. Doctor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. My apology, Executive Mayor, to come in. Madam Speaker, you know that we changed city managers quite a lot so that we follow and get the right context. I think otherwise we're going to lose each other. Every time when we mention acting city manager, let's at least know who we're talking about. It will assist us in terms of, also even when Alderman Berg spoke, you know, he said the acting city manager did not act. And now there's acting. I'm just saying so that we can take notes and we know what we're talking about. I do apologize, Executive Mayor. If you can just indicate which acting city manager.
Councillors, let's be patient with each other.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm sure the interest should
Councillor Sinona.
it should be on the report, because the leadership of administration is one. And I think that is important that we emphasize that point, so that we do not even disrupt the flow of the report that we're giving. And that it should be expected that the report is finalized, and that report should be processed, you know, accordingly. So we do appreciate some of the contributions from council that says the instruction must be directed at the acting city manager to expedite and finalize the process and ensure that the report is processed accordingly, because the report does not just land in council. Councillor Pretorius, you know it yourself. It goes through the programming. It gets processed in the mayoral committee. It goes through all the governance structures to ensure that the report is of quality and we don't plunge council into a difficult discussion such as this one. Safe to say, we are appreciative that the acting, the chief of deputy chief of police is now not in the environment. So it means the finalization of this report should even be quicker and without any interference or any undue delay. So let's await the acting city manager and to undertake the appropriate action, supported by a duly processed report and report back to council. And I trust that in the council meeting of October, or if needs be, any special council meeting, can be called to look into this matter. So that is the update that I felt it is necessary that I give to council. 2 issues that were looked at, and those issues are being concluded. Thank you.
Okay, Executive Mayor, you must guide us in terms of what is before us, right? There are 4 resolves on this matter. So I think those 2 issues are partially touched here. And then I want us to be together in crafting the resolutions of council on this matter. Number one, it says the resolves. Do you have it in front of you? It says that it resolves that Brigadier Mkwanazi, Deputy Chief of Police in the city of Ekurhuleni, be immediately placed on precautionary suspension effective of the passing of this motion. I didn't hear you express yourself on this part.
We would prefer that the internal audit investigation that has already been commenced be finalized.
Don't go too far. So number one, you are not accepting.
I'm saying you would not be able
Clarity, Speaker.
to act on anything without a properly processed document or investigation that must then point at you know, in terms
Yes.
of the cause of action.
Yes,
And that's why we're directing the acting city manager to receive and finalize, you know, the report and find an appropriate cause of action. To
Okay.
actually take, because those are officials that are under the city managers.
Yeah, just hold on. Okay, so number one, you have not expressed yourself on. Ne? I'm going to take you chair of chairs. I don't want us to lose ourselves. So you are speaking of number two that says the council instruct the acting city manager to initiate an investigation or. Okay, chair of chairs, just come in.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's unprecedented what you are doing. A motion has been placed here in the House. Your question should then be not to modify the recommendation of this motion one by one. Should then be to the executive mayor or the MMC of community safety, because she's the one responsible for this matter, on saying that is the motion been carried. If the motion has not been carried, he must pronounce himself that this motion has not been carried. However, this is what he is presenting. Because our resolution must then be indicate that motion has been carried or not been carried. It's unprecedented what we are doing. We are setting wrong precedents of everything today.
Chair of chairs, you are in a hurry. You are in a very big hurry. So we are going to ask you to be with us here, because I am asking where the executive mayor wants to place these things that he's talking about.
My order, Speaker.
Just hold on, please.
It's on procedure. It's Nona, 2026 waterway.
Just hold on, and then councillors, ne? I don't know this thing that you have of just howling things. Because I asked the question, is the MMC Masuku or MMC Ngotwana speaking on the matter? They expressed that the mayor is speaking. So, Councillor Madlala, I don't know what you are on about. Yes, I can hear you from here, by the way. Each and every little thing that you have said, even in previous council meetings, I can hear you. So I did ask MMC Masuku and MMC Ngotwana who's speaking, they said the mayor. So we're going to ask that we allow the process. Councillor Madlala.
What you did not hear, it's me indicating that there was a motion before this one. The question that you've asked then is different from the question you're asking now.
Okay.
That is what you did not hear. So consistent, it's important. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Remember, councillors, even before the issue of the carrying or not the carrying, there was an expression that this is an issue of national importance. So we are going to allow the process, and the executive mayor will lead us in the process.
Order, Speaker.
Yes, Chair of Chairs.
Councillors, I want to lobby you. Can we refrain from this thing that is a national importance? It's our matter here. We are dealing with our matters of council. It's our motion. It's not a motion of the commission. So the mayor must then answer the question whether he rejects or accepts the motion, then we move. Why today, every time we have motions, there's one question that is asked. Commissioner Msane was asked whether he accepted the motion. He rejected the motion. Out of those parties that have expressed themselves, we have expressed ourselves in this motion. The mayor has just expressed himself. He must now answer the question whether we're moving, carrying the motion forward or not carrying the motion forward. And then then he will then be making supplementary that this is the process as the mayoral committee they are going to take moving forward on this motion. Not to one by one recommendation. No, Berg here was right here, Berg was wrong here, Elderman Berg was right. No, thank you very much.
Madam Speaker,
Ulumile ukuthi he's not accepting the motion.
Madam Speaker, it's not back, it's umlungu.
No, but he must express himself. Why are other MMCs allowed to express themselves? Councillors, stop being emotional on this issue, ne? Siyacela. We can't leave council without expediting that process, and we want to know where do we put that process. That's all we're asking. The mayor has clearly expressed himself that as council, the brigadier is not a person that we appoint, right? But there's a report that he has from the acting city manager and so on. So we want to find out where do we place that report. That's all. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think because on procedure, just on the regulations in terms of the disciplinary procedures of senior managers, which is a council matter, but for those that are below the senior manager, it is for the acting city manager in administration to actually look at it. And then we must therefore refer this to the acting city manager to expedite the internal audit report and report to council in the October council meeting. But we must emphasize that the appropriate action must be taken because we can't prescribe as council.
Yes.
The acting city manager must follow the necessary legislation to ensure that this matter is dealt with in the interest of our communities and the city. But also importantly, we must be mindful that there is processes that are happening in the Judiciary Commission, and anything that we do, we should not be seen to be trembling, with that process, but rather assisting that process. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So, Executive Mayor, in terms of what you are saying, it's partially covered in this motion. So we must understand as council, how do we proceed? Where do we place the matter of referring referring this issue to the acting city manager? Because you are asked whether you are carrying the motion or you are rejecting the motion. Yes. Yes.
Council is instructing the acting city manager to finalize the internal audit investigations, which I've already indicated that we've received a preliminary report, so that it and perform the necessary course of action and report back to council in the October council meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you.
I'm not sure because we have not done this before. We have not come across such a matter before where there's an expression that the executive mayor says the motion does not carry in its form. However, the council should refer the matter to the acting city manager to proceed with whatever is ongoing and report to the council in the October council meeting. Unless I'm corrected, lead of executive business, whip of council, Alderman Dlabati, chair of chairs.
Madam Speaker, let's not modify. The executive mayor was very clear. I'm sitting next to him. He said the motion cannot carry. Then he made
Councillors, just relax.
Then he made a submission. All we need to do is to agree whether we agree with the submission of the mayor or not, because the motion is not carried according to the mayor.
Yeah, and then Councillor Mkwevu, don't distort what the mayor said. The mayor said whether you howl me or not, Councillor Mashianoke, whether you howl me or not, the fact shall remain, councillors, is that this meeting is recorded and we cannot say our own things. The executive mayor said this motion cannot carry in the current form. He said that. So I don't know what you are howling for. So let's figure out where do we place this matter. Alderman?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think what we are obviously not going to do as council is to take decision through motions that do not follow the regulation. Because there are regulations that must be followed to arrive at the point of precautionary suspension. You don't suspend through a motion. And we can read the regulations on the disciplinary proceedings of senior managers, Section 5 and Section 6. Because we've followed processes on other items, the Chief of Police, the CIO. So this council must be consistent in its application of regulations as it relates to DC. And I think it's on the basis of the contravention of the regulations that this motion cannot be accepted as it is. Now, Madam Speaker, when the motion carries, that which makes the motion to carry is not the noting and the believing. It's largely the recommendation or the resolve of the motion. Because when council agrees with the resolve of the motion carries. Now, your question, in what form, as the mayor is saying, it may not be fundamentally wrong to note it, but all the recommendations in the motion can carry. And what must carry is what the executive mayor is saying, that this matter is referred to the city manager to expedite all the processes. But on procedure, you can't carry this motion with the recommendation because they did not follow the regulation. So now council may not even want to be gray about this issue, purely because the regulations were not followed and these recommendations cannot be supported. This motion should be put aside entirely and not be carried by this council. Thank you.
Alderman, we're going to ask that we all listen in the council. We have long concluded on that. We are asking those issues that were brought by the mayor, where do we put them? That's where we are. The issue of the motion not carrying is long past. So we're asking that, please can we be assisted in terms of that?
But it's a decision of council that must be recorded in a form of...
That is where we are. That is where we are. Whip of council, chair of chairs, executive mayor. Okay, before executive mayor. Whip of council, chair of chairs, Councillor Pretorius, Alderman Berg. Lastly, Executive Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't understand why you must stick to one point here, because you have legal people next to you that are here to advise this council. Because what matters is for this council to be informed before it takes a decision. Because number one, there's an issue of the motion that was raised in this council. All party caucus leaders, they requested their own caucuses. They came back with the feedback of their caucus position. So what we should do when it comes to the motion, we have to be advised how do we deal with that. That's point number one. Point number two, on the issue that the executive mayor is responding to it, is the issue of the acting chief of police, to say where is he, because there is a question that was raised. Then they said he's on special leave. Then I can't say it's the argument, the discussion on that was to say, but he can't take it by himself. Then what is the position of council in that matter? Therefore, the executive mayor is saying, is referring the matter, the council should refer the matter to the acting city manager to do investigation and take an action when it comes on that. So you must be advised and come with a decision based on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip. That's progressive. Chair of Chairs.
No, thank you very much. I don't want to doubt what the whip have just indicated. But we want to inform you, the speaker, from our side that we will then request recordings of these resolutions. Because this council, we must be on record. We have a history of distorting minutes here. So we want to make sure that, these resolutions that are taken now, one, that this motion entirely has been rejected. And then now that we have reached and overstepped what the city manager is acting, city manager is supposed to do. We are just wasting our own time here as council discussing a junior employee. It's not a Section 56 manager. Thank you very much. We just request that those things to follow us within 24 hours as the EFF caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pretorius.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We would have just wanted clarity on the issue of the motion in itself. And I think it is something that was raised earlier, even though we gave our expressions whether we support the motion or not in our inputs. It's not clear as to where the motion got rejected, Madam Speaker. If we can get that, Chair of Chairs, so that it's on the minutes, as you say. But I think we previously in this council agreed that when it comes to such issues, and as it's referred to an internal matter by the ANC caucus largely, that the mayor already has the delegation, Madam Speaker. And in actual fact, if the mayor was progressive, he could have already instructed his acting city manager to draft a report before this council, so that when we got there, we had the information in front of us. And at that stage, we could have then made a decision. So I don't think it's necessary for us as council now to give the mayor delegation that he already has. But what we need clarity to as the Democratic Alliance is, where do we stand with the motion? Who supported the motion, who rejected the motion, or how the motion got rejected? That's what we want. But the mayor's got the delegation, Madam Speaker. He must commit to a date when we will receive the report. We can't say in October or November. We need an exact date, and then we can discuss that issue going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alderman Per.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've had motions before where people brought recommendations on the motion. That they said that one must fall away and this one must be included, and then the motion was either passed or rejected. How I understand the mayor at the moment is that the motion itself is not a problem. It is the resolve that's a problem. Now, he should give us in writing, like any other councillor, when they want to change the resolve. And I think the MMC for Finance is wrong, because the mayor didn't reject the whole motion. He had issues with the resolve, and he was discussing the resolve. So he must give us the two new resolves that he wants to put in this motion, and then say the others must fall away, and we look at that, either me bringing the motion, accept it or reject it, and then the mayor can reject the motion, and then we can call for a division to find out who's supporting the motion and who's rejecting it. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Number one, councillors, Executive Mayor, do you still want to say something? Number one, councillors, is that the motion does not carry. Ne? Number two is that all the substantive issues that were raised here in council will be referred to the city manager to look at and give us a comprehensive report in the October council meeting. We are saying October, Executive Mayor, agreeing with you because you have given the council confidence that work is already been done on the matter. Is that acceptable, councillors? Thank you. Let us proceed.
Speaker, we're now on item number 10, petitions. We've received 18 petitions, which may be done, will be done administratively or processed administratively. Through you, Speaker, if we can move to the penultimate item, which is announcements.
I'm going to ask everyone to take a seat. I'm going to ask everyone to take a seat and listen attentively. Councillor Ngwenya at the back. The announcements are as follows, councillors. Number one, that we have until Tuesday to make declarations. Number two is that tomorrow we have an electronic voting workshop that will take place virtually at 10 o'clock. Number three, that recess will commence from tomorrow after the workshop until the 5th of October. Number four, that the standing order public participation processes are going to close on the 10th of October. Number five is that the IDP review processes are going to commence, and then we all need to participate on them. Number six, we have the following communication from the MEC. The MEC of COCTA on determination of upper limits of salaries, allowances and benefits of the different members of municipal councils for the financial year 2024-25, the city of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. Your municipal application for concurrence dated the 12th of September 2025 in respect of the above subject has reference. Leader of Executive Business, having duly considered your application, I hereby grant concurrence to your municipality. Acting City Manager, sicela imali yethu. Siyabonga, councillors. Please log on tomorrow for the workshop. Ne? CS, I think we are done.
Thank you. It's closed up.
Bye-bye, councillors. Have a good recess and rest a bit if you can. Thank you.
No, it does help. You know, this reprimand executive, the fact that they were able to bring all the items for programming and for council on the Friday, people are able to prepare weekends, council is short term, they know what to speak to, not to.
Most of the time,
because if you receive an item on Monday, you're just going to submit your name on the speakers list just for get missed.